going solo. Want my love, baby, earn it. Yeah, dancing on my own. See if you can follow. Got me feeling alive. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Break the signs. Every time let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. 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 I want. Hear me now. I do what I want. Are you ready now? 'Cause it won't be easy. Only get what you work for. Gotta go all out. Whenever you see me, don't be wasting my time. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Break the signs. Every time let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. 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 Hear me now. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Break the signs. Every time let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. I do what I want.
Good morning. What's new, pussycat?
Hello. Happy Saturday. How the hell are ya? I am very well. Thank you for asking. It's a gorgeous day here in Florida. Just looking out the window to my left. Humidity's down. It's probably, God, I'm turning into my mother. This is what my mom does when she calls to do what she calls her check-in. She's like, I'm just checking in. And one thing that my brother and I always laugh about. Hi, Mom. If you're listening, she's not. One thing my brother and I always get a good laugh at our mom's expense is no matter where she is in the world, and my mother travels a lot. Like it's more notable when she's home than when she's gone. And oftentimes she's out of the country. And no matter where she is, after the initial, hi, how are you? How's the family? Blah, 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 she starts giving you the weather report. Yes, my mother is known on her travels. My mother is known not just for the fabulous destinations that she's always, here, there, and everywhere via every means of transportation imaginable. The two very notable things that my sibling and I know her for and drag her about are her weather updates. Forget about where in the world is Matt Lauer. Nobody gives a shit where in the world Matt Lauer is. But where Crimes and Fashion's mother is, that's that is the question. So in addition to the weather updates, she is also very much known for her airport gifts. Now, typically they're from the duty-free shop, which you can only shop in duty-free if you have an international destination on your ticket. So they do have, believe it or not, I've seen some mighty fine duty-free gift shops in the airports. But yes, my brother and I, we can spot a duty-free gift from a mile away. Of course, I'm always happy to get a gift, whether it's, duty-free or not. So yeah, so here in Florida, I am happy to report that it's clear skies, sunny skies, and humidity lowered. What in the hell is making my phone naked cashmere? Naked cashmere. I don't need any damn cashmere right now. And more importantly, why are you ringing through on my exceptions? Oh, well, now that's very interesting because my phone is muted and it should only ring through. Oh, it's my watch. That's what it's doing. I got to figure out how to get it to stop coming through on my watch. Oh, look at my new watch face. I don't know if I've ever shown you guys my cute watch faces. Can you see it? It's the Louis Vuitton Murakami multicolored logo print. I've had the Gucci, one of the Gucci florals on there forever. You can get that in the app store. It's called Watch Faces or something like that. So, did anybody have an exciting Friday night? I had a date with PBS and my husband. But my goodness, I've been catching up this morning on the comings and the goings in the hood. My goodness. I think there's several things that quite a few people running around here could very much benefit from. Forget touch grass. Some of y'all need to touch upholstery or carpet. When I say upholstery, think couch or even a chair. But back in the day when I'm thinking maybe 50s or so, anytime between like the 50s and the 70s, I think, when psychiatry was gaining popularity. Traditionally, you would lay down on a therapist's couch and you just pour out your heart and soul and you tell them all your woes. So that's what I mean when I say touch upholstery. But nowadays, we have doctor on demand and whatnot. And I know we have this app called Talkspace. I have never availed myself of Talkspace because my husband is my therapist. He's my bellwether. If he says, honey, don't do it, I don't do it. I trust my husband implicitly. He's a very normal person, unlike so many of the people that we talk about on here. So, but not everybody has a hubby like me. I'm very blessed in that department. So, if you're not fortunate enough to have a spouse who thinks you hung the moon and that you feel the same way about and that you trust implicitly, well, my goodness, you can pay somebody to assume that position. Yes, in the role of a therapist. And I don't think you even have to go and lay down on their couch anymore. But, oh gosh, when I write my book, and yes, I am keeping notes. And if any of you know me, well, when I say keeping notes for my book, I'm not, I am not altogether joking. Of course, I'll have to write it as fiction because who the hell would believe some of the shit that goes on here? So I'm sitting here catching up. I'm going to tell you some of the people I was listening to this morning. And y'all, I listen to lots of people. Crazy Nurse, are you out there, girl? I hope everything's okay, because I usually talk to Crazy Nurse every morning without fail. But I haven't talked to her this morning. I know she had some things going on with family, guests and whatnot. So I hope it's something like that. And she's not, this is the first time since I can't even remember that she's not here in the chat. So girl, if you're within the sound of my voice, send up well, let's do it like when we elect a pope. Send a smoke signal. You don't have to worry about well, no. If you're good, white smoke. If I need to call in the true crime YouTubers to come investigate, send black smoke. Oh, wait a minute, though. I very much love and appreciate her. So forget what I said about sending in the YouTuber. Yeah, no, never mind. So like I said, I listen to lots of people, some of whom you would never believe. We all have channels where we're on the down low in the bushes. Even Crimes and Fashion is a side bitch sometimes. No, not really. Okay, so here's just a few of the channels I was listening to this morning to, catch up. Whether you're talking about YouTube or the real world and your real news type of situations, you should never get your reporting from just one source. No, I listen to everything from TMZ to Fox to, it pains me to do it, but CNN or MSNBC, one of the far left, Cougar for Cocoa Puffs, liberal channels, but you need to get a good mix. And then, you take a little bit from here, you take a little bit from there, you take a dash from here, you put it all together, you stir it up, and somewhere in that shit soup is probably things as they actually happened. But just like when you're baking, well, what is that expression? You got to break a few eggs if you want to make an omelet. So yeah. And yes, I will bake you guys anything you want as long as it fits in my easy bake oven. Okay. Everything I cook is done with a 25-watt light bulb. No, that's not true. I'm actually a very good cook. I just don't do much of it anymore. Once your bird or your birds fly the nest and you're an empty nester, well, I eat Fruity Pebbles most nights for dinner. But be that as it may. So here's just a few of the channels I was listening to. Now, I don't listen to them all in equal blocks of time, but I listen here, there, and everywhere. Not necessarily in any order of importance. This is just as they're coming to me. I listened to, I caught up with Queen Bee from yesterday because I was only in the chat for about the first hour and I came in a few minutes late. Unfortunately, yesterday I had, well, no, it's not a bad thing. I was doing, real life fun family things. But, Queen Bee had been gone for a week. So I was like, that just figures. It's the one day when I can't be there to catch up on all the not that there was much of that. And I'm lucky enough that there's people I can reach out to and touch someone in a, real life way. Like, hey, what the hell? You know how it goes. Okay, so I was catching up with Queen Bee from yesterday, finishing, a lot of what I didn't hear. I listened to, from last night, I listened to Laura on her, it was not on her cancer channel, it was on her regular channel. I listened to Jonesin. Somebody that is not really in the community that we all talk about, but certainly some of you would know the name, which I'm not going to disclose, and not for any other reason, but that'll take things in a direction. That's kind of like Beetlejuice. If I say the name, oh boy, it'll just, no, not going there. But yes, I like to catch up on drama in other, I try and look at this place as a big old, like, well, it's a swanky gated community, okay? And yes, I do, on the irony of that is not lost on me. But not everybody lives on the same street. Not everybody's close to the clubhouse where the pool is. Some people are on a retention pond that's, green and icky. So that's kind of how I just refer back to that when trying to understand, like, just, I'm interested in all kinds of things that go on in the hood. They're just not necessarily things that in our regular haunts, they're not necessarily names you would hear or know what was going on. But I like to listen to other people's nut jobs. We got enough of our own nut jobs trying to keep tabs on over here. I listened to Kathy P's from yesterday. I was jumping in and out. I listened to some of Nunya from last night, and oh damn it, somebody just came to me and I forgot. Shit. Oh, I listened to a few minutes of Dolly from yesterday. It was just about him going on his her Survivor auditions. Best of luck to you. I did get a chuckle out of the fact that Dolly said he was thinking of telling the producers that, this literally made me spit my coffee out as I was texting it to someone whose name you may or may not have just heard. I said, what was so funny about it was I was actually joking around before I even heard any of his live. And I said to this person, now, do you think that when he gets there, he's going to tell the producers that he's basically been ripping off their copyrighted, trademarked show and making a bunch of money while he's doing it? And I swear to God, not 10 minutes after that little text exchange, I turned on his, I don't know, I guess it was yesterday. And out of his mouth came almost that exact sentiment. And I literally spit my coffee out. I was like, Dolly, you might want to leave that out. Like, okay. Who else did I listen to? Anyway, as if I remember more, I will certainly let you know. But as I'm listening to all these different people talk about various things, yeah, my goodness, there are some very unwell people rolling around this hood. Oh, I was listening to a little bit of nonsense from it. It was actually several days back. Actually, it might have been a week back, but just some other things I became aware of that were going on in the hood made me look back a little further at something that piqued my interest. Can I just ask a question here? And this has nothing to do with nonsense. But and I don't know a lot of the people that for erase. Here's my question. I don't need to say all that. How the fuck does anyone on here as a creator, okay, even a sub, can anybody explain to me how you get so twisted up over reality TV? That's my first question. And my second question, and I'm sure I'm going to regret this. This is probably going to be like Beetlejuice, kind of like the other thing that I'm not going to talk about. But this is a legit question. The other thing I can kind of I can't rationalize it, but I can see what could set people off. Now, bear in mind, I'm going to ask this question not knowing this person but I have watched this person in the past. Mainly on the Josh Duggar thing. And it was just her reporting on what went on in court as he was going through his CP case. And for the record, he is a disgusting, depraved bag of shit. If he went on to the afterlife while serving his not long enough prison sentence, oh, wouldn't that be terrible? No, not really. But can anybody, in 10 words or less, tell me what is it about this Katie Joy without a crystal ball? What is it about this woman that seemingly makes people lose their fucking minds? Like, what is it that she does? And I don't know. So I'm asking, what is it about this woman that inspires big groups of people wanting to see her, what looks to me like ridden from the earth? You know what my biggest problem with her was? Anytime I watched her reporting on the day's events in court, it was her horrible eyebrow situation. Oh my God. And I stand on that. She, much like JLR, looked like she took a stencil, put it on her face, and sprayed it with Krylon to make these eyebrows. Like, I could never stop staring at those eyebrows because they're too dark. But like, I'm not going to sue her over it. So it's just, I don't get it. Now we have where all this was leading and what my note says. Can you imagine? Here is the state of American jurisprudence where we currently find ourselves in society. Can you imagine all of the time, the money, the effort, the work you've had to put into your career to get to a place where You're a sitting judge. And you have got to listen to fucking nut bars from the internet who are twisted up like a top because of somebody who reports on reality TV. Now, if there's more to it than that, well, you know, then of course I will make note of that. But it, and let's not forget, you know, the star of today's show, Betty. Oh my, I mean, and her, like, I can't listen, y'all. I can't wait to watch this because I haven't watched it. I saw about, somebody sent me a clip, and what is hilarious, before I even watched it, I said, let me guess. Is the word sanctions and American Bar Association coming out of her mouth? Because how did I just know that Betty would be feeling real salty over the latest motion that shows her to be the uneducated, moronic idiot that she is? She got legally spanked, and she's feeling some type of way about it because, as I've always maintained, this and the other, I don't know, hundreds of pages that go along with this. Well, this was, to me, I don't think it was ever about money, but when you go to court, you got to ask for something. So you can't say to the judge what it really seems to be all about, at least to me, which is, this is my chance to show the internet how smart I really am. And like everything else you do, survey says, fail. Okay. So I'm going to say hi to the kids in class, and then we're going to get right on into this. Yeah, Betty, don't lose the faith, because I am considering asking my husband to maybe do just a one and done seminar on how to throw shade and how to, yeah, how to get your point across without having to foam at the mouth, scream and yell, sue anybody. Yeah, that's, you know how smart people do things like this? Well, kind of like this morning. Now, this is how a smart person shades you. That would be like this morning when my husband, before he left for the day, but before he handed me a some paper and said, "Oh, honey, can you just look through this and make sure that all these charges look correct?" And of course, when I saw the Chase Bank logo at the top of said stack of papers, you know what that really was? That was my husband's way of saying, "Honey, that credit card bill, it's pretty high this month. Let's slow your roll a little bit." That's what that was. Yeah. So I'm, thinking, gosh, my husband is, he's just so diplomatic, no matter the sin. And yes, Betty, well, you could also take financial advice from him, because, we know you've had little issues here and there with credit cards. Like, who was that? Home Depot? Yeah. Betty, I'll give you the advice that just how we do things, and use your credit card like a debit card. Like, you got to pay it off every month. If you have to carry a balance, well, then, as my husband says, well, then you can't afford it and you shouldn't buy it. So If my husband can find a diplomatic way to, with a smile, with a hug and a kiss, say, honey, tell the Amazon guy he's only going to be here 4 days a week instead of 7. Oh, yes. All right. I'm going to say hi. And then we are hitting the ground running. Hey, Cambry. Cambry, look at you first in the door. Good morning. Oh, before I do that, I was going to show you guys my shirt. Today you have Grunge Lisa. This is my regular uniform, you guys. And I love this shirt so much that I thought I would show it to you. This is Magnolia Pearl. And there's a graphic on the back, and it's got a patchwork thing on it. So I'm like, I'm going to show them. I didn't have time to do the video this morning. I promise y'all, as of Monday, we're getting back to the more regularly scheduled programming. And my rug, I told my husband, damn it. I told my husband the other day, I said, the rug, we've got to get, that rug is getting done this weekend. It's too heavy. I can't do it myself. Otherwise I would have. So it's hard to see, but there's, oh God, you guys, this is one of my favorite shirts ever. They're one size fits most, but I mean, they are very roomy, but look at the back. Can you see it? It says love, and it's got a rainbow graphic. This is Magnolia Pearl, the Kelly. The style is called the Kelly Western. And like I said, one size almost. In fact, I think all of Magnolia Pearl's products are one size fits all, fits most. And nothing is real fitted. So, and the good thing about Magnolia Pearl, you can get a little sticker shock on the front end, but here's what is something that sets them apart from slim to no brands can do this or can claim this. Like I said, a little sticker shock on the front end, but almost exclusively, not only everything they make for the most part, even the t-shirts, is collectible. People who like this brand will, I could do a whole episode just on Magnolia Pearl, and maybe we will. But long story short, you oftentimes on the secondary market, depending on how long you hold on to it, you will almost always get what you paid for. And oftentimes, depending on what it is, and if it was, a more limited edition thing, you can get more than you paid originally, even used. So there's that. Of course, those are all the things I, like to tell my husband about. Oh, well, honey, when I want to get rid of it, it'll be one other thing so I don't forget and I can check it off my list and we can, two more things. Veterans Day. Happy, to anyone who's a veteran out there or, your family is a veteran. My father was in the Vietnam War. So, Dad, thank you for your service. And to all of you, anyone who may have been in the military, I hope I believe, is today the actual Veterans Day, but it was observed yesterday. I think that's how it goes. So thank you for your service, and I hope that you have a good Veterans Day, as well as a good Saturday. Okay, so we got that. I've mentioned this before. I think I'm going to do it. And I'm going to just do a couple things and we'll see how it goes. And that is, I think I'm going to do a Crimes and Fashion Poshmark closet. And like I said, I'll just put a couple things in it to start with, and we'll see how it goes. And once I have it up and running, which I'm gonna shoot for very soon, like probably this week. I will do a community post and give you. I'm hoping I can, use Crimes and Fashion as the account name. I haven't looked. So I have no idea, but that's what I'm hoping for, and I will give you all in a community post, whatever the name turns out to be, I will give it to you, and we'll just go from there, and we'll see how it works out. And if it seems to be something that people are interested in, then I will definitely do at least one. I'm thinking one, either it'll be a pair of shoes or a bag, and I will donate the proceeds to Queen Bee's legal fund. So we'll see how that goes. Okay. And that's it. Look at that. I got all my little notes done. Now I'm going to say hello, and then we are moving on. Oh, I lied. One more thing. Just because I talk about it all the time, but I want to show you so y'all know I really am doing it. That's page 1. Page 2 and going of Lisa's favorite things. I want to get it done well in advance of the holidays. So I am working on it, and it's happening. All right. Hi again, Cambry. Hey, SoFlo Mama. How are you? How was your trip, girl? I hope it was good. Hi, Ripples in Time. Fairy Meadows. Good morning. Oh, it's afternoon. I'm sorry. Hey, T-Berry. How you doing? Lady Pants. Becca. Hi, Marcy. Hey, Be Still. Be Still. I heard your name somewhere in one of those lives I was listening to. Hi, BJ Marshall. How are you? Hey, Dee. How are you? I haven't seen you in an age. I hope you're good. Oh, don't you worry. Don't you worry. That's on my little list of questions. I've got questions. We all have questions. Oh, TT has something to say. What'd you do with the good Tiffany? Oh, TT, Tiffany has something to say. Okay. Just checking, girl. Hey, Mama Bear, how are you? Hi, Senriza. How are you? I hope I said that correctly. Celeste Oz, good afternoon. I think that's a new name. Welcome or welcome back. Hi, East Coast Diane. Okay, I'm running. Wise Angel. Hey, Daisy Jones. Miss Blue in the house. Hey, Brittany. Hi, Claire. Hey, Cashmere. Fit and Curvy. Hey, Emmy, how you doing? Were you off yesterday, Emmy? Wise Angel does need cashmere. Well, that's actually on my list of favorite things. That company I was just yelling at. Naked Cashmere. Their prices are really good, and the quality is good. And their prices are good because they do not have any brick and mortar stores. So that, they're entirely e-commerce. But their products really are, because cashmere, not all cashmere is created equal. As our lovely human cashmere would probably attest to. Cashmere comes in plies, and the thicker the ply, the heavier and more substantial the cashmere. Hey, Basic Brooke. You saw an orb? Now, Basic Brooke, I know why your name rings a bell. I saw your reply to a comment I left for Burnt Toast about the imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I agree. But you know, there comes a point when flattery like becomes, it puts the lotion in the basket, kind of. Petty Pebbles, good afternoon. How are you? Ooh, who's getting married? Somebody's getting hitched today. That's what Cambry said. Or are we talking like hitched? Their cars getting hitched on the back of a tow truck? What? I'm running. Hey, Scorpio Sting. Now your name too. Oh, Scorpio Sting. I saw the post you tagged me in. I did reply to one of them. And I got to tell you, and I'm saying this because I think it was the last one I looked at, which would have been the first one that you tagged me in. Where that person whose name I won't even say because right there, your name will never cross my lips again because you're gross. But wow, I'm so while I'm at it, let me just say, to anyone that was in this chat ever and who was treated badly by anyone, whether it was a mod or someone else in the chat, but most especially if it was a mod, and I don't care who it was directed at. I take responsibility for that because it's my chat and I am responsible for it. However, I would hope that when I say I was not aware, which is not an excuse, just like when you go somewhere and you break a law and you say, well, I didn't know that was, and the old line, you know, ignorance is not an excuse. So while I am not using it as an excuse, where I fell down and went wrong was assuming that now crazy me to think that my mods would have my back and would, you know, at least be grown up enough to return the fact that I thought enough of them and had enough trust that it just never occurred to me that I would need to worry that not only did you not have my back, you were like actively doing things that make me look bad. And I don't care who it was, but one of those was so egregious. And even if it was true, what was said, well, the person it was directed to was not accused of doing the thing. And I'm not going to bring it up because I'm not trying to get all that going again. But Scorpio, I just want you to know, I did see all of them. And I had trouble reading the chat on a couple of them. But the most egregious one, I saw that plainly. And it was disgusting. And so that is my umpteenth blanket apology to anyone who was treated badly by someone whose name I won't say again. Who I ran into, my goodness, that was interesting yesterday. Imagine my surprise seeing that person in a chat where you know, I don't speak for any other channel, but yeah, if you think you're going to go places where I'm not overreaching to say that, well, at least one of those people, would call me a friend. So if you think that you're you're gonna go and just act like nothing happened, yeah. Okay. Hey, Grandma Sherry, you were another one. Yes, I was watching you this morning as well. Oh my gosh, you had a little black cat up on your shoulder, and I got to the part where you kind of got a little emotional talking about, you were home. You really felt like you were home. I'm glad. Moving is very stressful, no matter what. Oh, there's Mike Stevens. Hi, Mike. Oh, look, Mike's got a red heart. Oh, thanks, Mike. Hey, Amethyst, how are you? Refresh. We're still doing good, though. I got 15 minutes. Hey, Julie, how are you? Hi, Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker, I heard your name too. Where was I don't remember. It was just somebody saying, either thank you or hi or answering a comment. Julie, I said hi to you, didn't I? Hi again. Hey, B Tim, how are you? Excuse me. I very much do. I just use an easy bake oven. Oh my God, there's Crazy Nurse. Thank God. I was worried. No, don't you worry about it. You go about entertaining your house guests. It was just, I take note listen, this is the true crime community. What the hell is that? Okay. There was this there it is. What? There is like this rogue. What is that? Okay. It's just one of the shorter layers going the wrong place. Hey, Literally Davis fam, how are you? Hi, Revival. How are you? Hey, Gina F. Oh my gosh, you got alive and found your glasses. Awesome. Look at all the Ginas we have. We have Gina F. We've got Gina Marie. Not to be confused with Tina Marie. Skip to Malou. Oh, I'm glad I saw this, you guys. Son of a bitch. When I saw the Jamie Lynn, this is what reminded me of it. I started, this is the time of the day where the damn sun is starting to move towards my office windows. Okay. I started reading the Britney Spears memoir, The Woman in Me. Thank God for torrents. I would be so pissed if I bought that thing because let's just say it's not going to be winning a Pulitzer, okay? Her writing ability, of course, is, when I say she's not a writer, I mean, she's better than Betty. It doesn't seem like, it does seem very much that Brittany, English is her first language. This is not a Prayer Garden of America situation, but it's not good. I would not, and Brittany, please don't sue me. But I would not recommend it to you guys. I've read tons and tons and tons of memoirs, biographies, autobiographies, and this is what I'll say for it. I think I read up until about page 75. And I will say she at least up to that point, the story flowed. It definitely followed a definite path. She seemed to be decent with chronology. But no, to me it was just You know, it was weird. Even though I believed much of what I read, there's just something very basic, and it, when I say it doesn't have the ring of, oh, here, this is a better word. I was going to say it doesn't have the ring of truth, but it does have the ring of truth. But it's not, it just doesn't sound very authentic, if that makes any sense. It sounds like what it probably is. It sounds contrived. It sounds like she sat down with, I think she probably handed over a lot of her own either journaling or, notes that she jotted down, like maybe a rough outline, and took the bigger, firework items and then said, here you go. And typically the way those things work is that's kind of how it would go. Or depending on the ghostwriter and how good they are, it could have all been, I've heard situations where the ghostwriter didn't even, like, the subject, the person writing the book didn't write one word. It was all done via sit down interviews. I didn't get the impression that hers was that way. And I guess the only other thing I would say about it is I'm pretty picky when it comes to what I'm going to spend my time reading. So I have I've, because I've been such a prolific reader all my life, I have pretty high standards when it comes to, I don't want to read. Here's what I typically say. And this is not to try and, sound like, oh, wow. But it's just, it is what it is. I typically do not read books that, and there have been exceptions, but I don't typically read books that are on the New York Times bestseller list. Think Nicholas Sparks, Danielle Steele from back in the day, what I call big box fiction. And listen, I'm not hating on anybody who does like that. If you're not somebody who reads tons, well, yeah, you wouldn't have other, really fantastic writers to compare with. It's just not for me. And the fact of the matter is, and this is the truth, and I wish I could remember where I heard this, writers like that, like Patricia Cornwall, who's the one who writes the mysteries, and oh my God, they're huge. Those books, because they are very much trying to appeal to everybody in the world who reads. Well, they can't write it at a PhD level. So I do believe that I want to say that most of those books are written at about an 8th to 9th grade vocabulary level. So there you have it. So, but if you're a huge fan of Britney Spears, read it. And the only other thing I'll say is I did read the part about the little pregnancy mishap, and it's not as dramatic as I've heard, people talking about it. So, but it's just, yeah, I won't be. Hey, Quirky Carlotta. Hi, Zen. How are you? I won't be finishing it. I don't care. And I had said I was going to read it if you guys wanted me to out loud, but that's not going to be happening. Oh, yes, Brittany. I've had them. Yummy. Heather B. Beachy. Oh, and I did reach out and ask Mitten Mama if she had a recipe for, I used to give this to teachers, neighbors, people like that in your life at the holiday times where you want to give them something, but you're not going to run out and buy them a gift necessarily. So I always get food gifts. And one thing I always love to make, I've heard it called two different things: white trash and reindeer food. And it's basically the cereal mixes, and it's all coated in this fabulous powdered sugar. So I asked Mint Mama, do you have a recipe, like a, just maybe a more updated version of that? And she said, I got you, girl. So I'm anxiously awaiting that. I've heard it called something else too, something crack. Yes, but it's yummy. Hi Beth, how are you? All right, we're almost there. Hey, mystified me, how are you? Hey, Grain, how you doing? Refresh. We're still close. Hey, Stargazer, how are you? Ooh, be still. Good luck. Oh, I love that. That is such a great idea. And there is actually something on my Lisa's favorite thing list that is in that vein. It's a company that does something along those lines. Grain, you're getting anxiety from that? Oh, yeah. I actually know how to, I won't say sew, but I know how to sew things. I can make a basic pillowcase, things like that. And yes, if you've ever known how to sew on a machine, I can attest to the fact that it is very much like riding a bike, because when I had to do the needle and then the bobbin, and I was thought, oh, because you have to join the two threads together to sew. And I thought, oh God, I'm never going to remember this, but I did. I was pleasantly surprised. Hey, KB, how you doing? Oh, here's a new name. All signs say yes. Well, she was suing herself. What? Oh God. Yeah, I don't know what it is about her that just makes people, man, just I remember, okay. I now I never knew what it was about, but I knew that Toddy sued her because at the time I was still in the makeup community. Okay, gotcha. Hey, Mitten Mama, there you are. Look at that. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. And we're already seeing orbs. Hey, Glory. Hi, Chaos. Marie Duffy, Jen T. Happy Saturday. B. Ogden. Oh, thank you. That's sweet of you. Hey, Rhett's mom. Now, listen, I'm not opposed to the eyebrow stencil. That's not it. What it is it's somebody who's as pale as her. It's the color more than the, but to me, nobody needs eyebrows that are that thick. But it's the color more than the shape even. I'm lucky. I have, like, that's all mine. I do, I use powder. Anastasia Beverly Hills, old school, the very first eyebrow palette she released. I do not have to use the stencil because, like I said, I'm lucky and I still have most of my eyebrow hair. It's a little sparse down on the ends, at the tail of the brow. But you do not have to buy eyebrow powder. You can use just brown eyeshadow or, whatever, if you have blonde, whatever you like. And I do actually have that product. Is it NYX? Yes, it's NYX, and it's called what is it? Brow to something. And when this runs out, I'm going to use it and I'll report back on that. But it's a pretty new product by them, and it's supposed to be a really it goes on as a liquid, but dries down to like a powder finish. So, I mean, I tried it on my hand in the store, so I'm anxious to see. But I'll have to perfect it before I come on here and, open myself up to ridicule. It's like, you ridicule me, but if we can keep it in the realm of reality, I would appreciate it. Kelly under chandeliers. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in ages. How are you? Welcome back. Hey, Earth Angel. All right, y'all, we are right there. We are at 1 hour. Hey, Ange Carter, how you doing? Yvonne Vasquez. Hi, how are you? Mother of 2 boys, still in leather. Welcome. Oh my God, Cambry. So much of it is like, it makes my mouth fall open. A lot of there is a jacket that I would love, but I just cannot justify that kind of price. If I was going to wear it every day, possibly, but no, not for. Oh, Beth, I'm sorry. Oh, well, hopefully you can do something today that, that will distract you. But, oh, look, I just saw your comment. Look at that. We're on the same page. That's all. It's the best you can hope for. I'll try and bring it as soon as we start this video. Betty just quite naturally lends herself to my useless talent. Hey, Helen Highwater, how are you? Daily Meanderer, how are you? Let's be honest. Hey. Hey, Audacity, how are you? That's okay. The bushes under these windows, unlike mine growing up at my childhood home, they are not holly bushes full of thorns, which was not an accident, but it didn't stop me. Shit, sometimes I wore 2 pairs of jeans going out that window. It's gonna take more than thorn bushes to slow my roll. Tia, did I just say hi to you? I think I did. Hi again. I talk too much and then I'm not paying attention. I'm just blah, blah, blah. Hey, just Samantha. How you doing? Gma AF. I think Gma AF might have seen a comment I made yesterday in a certain chat I might have been talking about just a little while ago. Oh, goodness. All right, unless we running. I have a feeling it's gonna whoosh. Refresh. Oh my God, I just saw a new name. Drama Trash. Now, wait a minute. It's Alicia, right? Is it Alicia? Yes, ma'am, I think it is. I was like, now, wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. I saw that name somewhere else. Oh my God, I love that. Drama Trash. Oh God. Life with Mommy. Hi, that's a new name. Welcome. Hey, Professor Kate. How are you? All right, I promise we're almost there. Mike, remember what we talked about? What's the name of the channel, Mike? I must be way behind. Oh my God in heaven. Okie Crime News, how are you? Okay, we're there. Yes. Hey, Rachel Wolf, how you doing? All right. I do actually have it queued up. Hold on 1 minute. There was I was going to play. Yes, Woodstock. I think I've got a clip that you sent me. Oh, here it is. Would you look at this? Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna go. This is a clip from Heels in the Air. Okay, I don't think she'll mind. All right. So I'm gonna give Betty time to put her chaps on. Betty, get those chaps on, girl, because you're getting ready to get drugged. All right. Let's just watch this little clip of what's this called? Lying McLiar Face. Is she talking about our Betty? Okay, let's see. Share the right screen. There it is. All right. Wait, when is this from? It was from a day ago. Well, I don't think she'll mind. But go over to Heels in the Air, and because I know she's got some other Betty clips. All right, is it showing? Yes, let me full screen it.
I just need to resolve these technical issues I have, and they're really bad technical issues.
Bitch, you've been having technical issues, I don't know, every day of your YouTube life. What's new?
So hopefully we will get everything up and running and not have any issues over the next few days. But I'm going to be down south. I'm going to be in Miami.
You don't say. Girl, where are you going? You go to a pool party at the Fontainebleau? Where are you going?
Huge party down here in Trump country, Florida.
We've been waiting for a while to have cases have granted. These aren't cases.
What the hell did she just say? We've been waiting for a while. That's another one of her tells. When she's lying her ass off, allegedly, for entertainment purposes only. Yeah, she started, her voice starts to get really high like this. She goes up like 100 octaves, and she starts just running all the words together.
Cases that are like,
that's the other one. The eyes, whether it's up and to the left or to the right, sometimes, girl, you listen. For somebody who's as obsessed with yourself as you are, it's shocking to me you don't watch yourself. Like, I picture Betty being that person who, even if she did watch herself, I could picture her yelling at herself. You're a liar. You're just a hater, bitch. Yeah, Betty, you really should watch. And more importantly, you should work on your tells. Okay, because I am not a member of the behavior panel, unlike I'm sure you will claim you are. I don't claim to read body language, but I don't have to be a body language expert to know. We all see these things you do when you maybe are getting ready to lie your ass off.
Jaw-dropping headline.
I think I would rather go to a Board of County Commissioners meeting. And I voted for Trump, okay? And if he is the candidate against Obama's fourth term in office, I'll be voting for him again. It's not because I love him. It's because I'm going against the other person. However, if there was a Trump rally in my backyard, I would not be in attendance.
I'm going to be going by the Amelia Earhart Museum, Curtis
I have to say, I was a little shocked that she'd even heard of Amelia Earhart. Oh, maybe Betty's going to investigate her case.
This mansion, just a real tour of the community there. Depending on.
Well, honey, make sure you take a nice little side trip. Why don't you go to Liberty City? I bet they could really use your help there.
On the level of media out in Miami-Dade, when I get there to cover Dave and Eric's case. If
I don't know who that is she's talking about, Dave and Eric.
Depending on how the media is all set up and where I can set up, I may just go live right
from the hood of your car with the rest of the non-media people
from out there to discuss the case once I get into the community.
Do you guys want to close the border right now?
Yes! Yes! Oh my God. I have multiple observations here. The first of which, how many times have you ever seen a reporter like beg to be on camera with a colleague? Like all the news stories I've ever seen, I have never seen the reporter from Channel 12 be doing one of these to Channel 5's camera guy. Like, oh, pick me. I picked out this really special outfit that you need to put on the burn pile. Betty, my God, those pants are a felony. Holy shit. And I see we have our ever-present lanyard, of course. The shirt is too tight. The pants. I'm pretty sure there's a pachyderm in the Sahara looking for those pants. Oh wait, no, that's not a pachyderm. An elephant is a pachyderm. That's not the one I was thinking of. The one I'm thinking of has two humps and much like yeah, it's got two humps and let's just say it's the OG Uber. Like it's been around from biblical times.
I got to make some phone calls, and
I thought she was going to say flyers. What are you making flyers? Aren't you bringing party favors? For God's sake, Betty, when you go to an event, you're supposed to bring a dish. Where's your flyers?
And get everything set up with law enforcement in those areas. No, but that's going to be tomorrow. So how tomorrow's going to look is
close border, and I think our favorite part is lower taxes and our gas.
Bitch. I can't wait to see your tax returns. And if you keep on with this, never mind that. Here's how you know somebody pays no fucking taxes in their life. When they start telling you about their taxes and how much taxes they pay. Yeah, I'd be willing to bet that the only taxes she pays are sales tax, like we all pay if you buy anything, and possibly property taxes because she owns a home, I guess.
And we'll see how it all works out. I don't know. I'm right now I'm having some technical issues behind the scenes, and
Betty, your whole life is just one series of technical issues behind the scenes.
Trying to get those resolved as quickly as possible, but it's really causing a lot of heartburn in my world. It's causing me just
Betty, try, I think it's called Mylanta. I don't know. I've never had heartburn, but maybe Tagamet. That's like for ulcers and stuff.
We love Trump! We love Trump!
Because evil trumps good on YouTube.
I don't know. You point to the exact opposite scenario being the case. Okay, so that's enough of that. Please go back and watch the rest of it from Heels in the Air. Wow. Well, you got? Well, actually, is drama heels in the air? Oh my God, this is Beetlejuice. Were you in the bushes, girl? Hey, Sofa King. I need to wait a minute. We need to revisit this right here. Now feels bad about wanting a house hippo. Canadians will know about them. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, this one too. What? Acid helps with heartburn. Okay, not the. What's the chemical name for acid? Lysergic something. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I used all my high school science last week when I talked about the periodic table of elements and atomic weights. I still can't believe. Next time I talk to my mom, I need to tell her that. Seriously, I'm just floored. Like, I mean, obviously it's out of the question. I get it. You gotta dress the part when you go to these things, apparently. So Betty likely has an entire cardboard dresser full of Trump swag. Okay, fine. But I would suggest going up a size. And the pants, okay, the pants were the real crime. So if you insist on, listen, I know that you watch me because you try and emulate everything I do. So, okay, I mean, like most things in your life, it's a fail, but that's okay. You keep on keeping on. But certain things I say you should take seriously, and never wearing those pants again with anything tucked into them. Betty, nobody tucks shit in anymore. Okay. The way I have this shirt tucked in, that's the modern day version of tucking in. You know, you tuck a part of it in, usually in the middle, and then you let the sides. But hey, Smiles, how are you? Hey, twin thing, how you doing? But Betty, no. Don't you have a damn mirror? I'm trying to help you, okay? Because look, obviously you were a front row Joe. You look like you were one of 47 people there. And, you know, since you want your colleagues in the media to feature you in their reporting, do you return the favor? That's what I need to know. Do you say, oh, hey, Susie, you know, since you put me on camera, and of course, why wouldn't you? Because, you know, I am. Well, do you want to come on my YouTube channel? I mean, my broadcasting network. Yeah, you know, I'm in talks with Rupert, and you know, but until he signs me on to, or does Trump still have his network, whatever that thing is called? Stargazer Mom. Hey, Hippyporium. I mean, come on. Now I have to look up what the hell. It's not is a camel considered a pachyderm? I know an elephant is a pachyderm. Oh, look, I just got an email about hippos. I will absolutely read that. As soon as, hold on, I need to know. Pachyderm, Pachaderm. Close. Pachydermata is the genus, I think. I cannot believe I remembered that either. Is that the genus, and then the species is more refined than the genus? Pachydermata is an obsolete order of mammals. Excuse me? Because it is polyphyletic, the order is no longer in use. Okay, so the species of Pachydermata, so that would be, which we shorten to pachyderm. Hey, blank screen. So that would be the genus. So the genus is Pachydermata. The species within that genus were rhinos, hippos, tapirs, never heard of that, and swine. Oh, well, look, I wasn't even going for swine, but if the pachyderm fits, wear it, bitch. And it'll fit better than those jeans. God knows it couldn't fit any worse. Which animals? Okay, now I need to go to camel. Whoops. Camel. Let's see here. A camel is an even-toed ungulate in the genus Camelus. Well, look at that. My God, Camelus, which reminds me of Camilla, Camellia, which reminds me of Chanel. And who knew I could ever think of Betty in the same universe as Chanel? Coming soon, the BHB 2.55 quilted flat bag. Only if we're talking about eye bags. So that's the genus. So what are the, I could have sworn they were pachyderms. Okay, well, anyway, moving on. We'll be here all night. Okay. Actually, do you guys want, I was going to say, we can do dealer's choice. If you guys would rather me do more of this, or do you want, no, I want to review her rage. But we are going to read the emails in this motion to dismiss, the emails that went back and forth between Betty and the real lawyer, because those are, you need to hear those. So we'll do this first, and then we will do that. Angelina Hillary. Hi, how are you? That's a new name. Welcome. I agree. I agree. Hi, Kimberly Mikowski, I think. Welcome. All right, let's let this baby rip. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, commentary, education, research, yeah, all that. Fair use is a use which might otherwise be prohibited. Look at that. I did all that from memory. And I wasn't even trying. That's the first time I've ever done it and not botched it straight to hell. All righty. Hey, Amberly, how you doing? Did I miss anybody else? I hope not. If I did, I will see you at some point. Hey, Chris, how you doing? All right, here we go. I've got Betty queued up. I think this is about when the good part starts. So if I understand things correctly, because unlike Betty, who watches me, or she's got Mike here who reports back all the pertinent information. And by the way, for those of you who, because I have had people ask me, and it is a legit question. I definitely have had several people ask or leave comments about, number one, who they think Mike Stevens is. Many people think Mike Stevens is Betty's mother. I do not think that, because just as a mother myself and as having a mother, I don't think I would hope that there's no mother in the world who would willingly sit and want to listen to people speak about their child. So I have never believed that Mike is Mother Bullhorn. So, and I think it is a fair question to ask of me, or a fair observation to make, that, why do you let him come in here and just cheerlead for Betty the entire time he's here? Which, and it's multifaceted answer. Number one, here's the bottom line. To me, it's my ultimate troll on her, because Betty would never, we all know, Betty cannot tolerate or abide any kind of dissension. You can't challenge her. You can't say certain words in her chat. And I don't mean see you next Tuesday and shit like that. So to me, it's just like my ultimate, and the gratuitous compliments. Let's not forget that. Mike is known to, Mike knows how to pander to my very shallow side. So there's that. And truly, I don't have any issue at all with Mike, even when I get screenshots of him saying not so nice things about yours truly. But it's like, it's okay. If I wasn't completely confident in who I am, I would, be like Betty. And I would never be able to allow what is probably one of Betty's number one super fans, as I'm sure he would tell you. So it's just my way of shoving it up Betty's ass, because even if Mike is here doing recon, well, it doesn't matter, because I don't delete anything ever. And whether Mike is here or not, I'm going to say all the things I'm going to say, no matter what. Whether he screenshots everything, it doesn't matter to me. Because I'm not, Mike being here or not being here has no bearing on anything I say. We are all very well aware that Mike loves Betty. And I just love the irony of me allowing, and not just allowing, but welcoming and giving him a huge piece of rope every day he comes in. And now you notice when Mike comes in here, what's the first emoji he always posts? Now, today was an exception. Today was a heart, but typically it's a bullhorn and a heart. And I know damn good and well, he does not go over hell, he doesn't put up dresses and shoes and bags in my chat. Do you think that I think he's doing it over there? Of course not. But to me, that's the ultimate troll on me. That's me perpetrating the ultimate troll on her. It's like, look, I let your number one super fan come in my chat, and he's welcome here until and unless it really starts to bother, people who are not here to listen to Betty cheerleading. They will go to Betty if they want Betty cheerleading. But that's the only time that he gets timed out or whatever the mods do. So that's just kind of how I feel about it. Everything she pretends to be and wishes she was is sitting in this chair. And while I don't run around telling you all I'm a constitutional scholar and I'm a constitutionalist, hey, Leo the Lioness, no, I don't do that. I live it. I don't have to say the words because it's how I run this channel. And as of right now, I don't think I have one person on my block list. If I do, it was somebody that the mods put on there in the last couple shows, and for, I'm sure, good reason. But I always go and I look, and typically after, I'm not going to say I always remember the next day after a show to go look before I go live. That rarely happens. But I do try and do it in a timely fashion. And typically I remove everybody from the blacklist that might be on there. And most of them I don't even know. The names I don't recognize. So there you have it. That's why we, let Mike hang out with us. Because, he's at Batista Betty's every morning or every day. So I'm like, oh, actually, Blank Screen, was it you? Blank Screen made a post, just asking, I wonder why Mike Stevens, Betty's #1 simp, like, I wonder why he's always in Crimes and Fashion and Betty's. And I do believe when I left a comment, I said, well, he comes to me for brains and goes to Betty for beauty. So that's it. All right, here we go. Well, hell's bells. Where did it go? History. Oh, come on, Bets. Where are you? There's our girl. Oh, shit. It wasn't this far in, was it? Y'all might need to give me a timestamp. Oh, nope, never mind. I got it all queued up. All right, I'm going to back it up just a minute. We're at 113 now. I'm going to take it back to like we'll take it to about 112. And hopefully, all right, present. Oh, Mike. Okay. Well, Mike, that's okay. All right. Oh, Chris Cress, I have no doubt. Yes, I have no doubt that. Hey, Patty, were you here earlier, or did you just sneak in? Hi again, or hi for the first time. All right, let's do this. All right, so I believe I'm not sure what she was doing prior to this, but this is at the part now where she's gonna start. Well, somebody's real salty. Yes, YouTube is having, they're experiencing a little glitch. Who did I hear say the other day that within, like, they were live 30 seconds and had 11,000 likes or something hilarious like that? Y'all remember when they had their little glitch before? Okay, so you guys, I'm going to go ahead. Oh, yes. I mean, come on. How many different tan lines? And Betty, I've told you before that, oh my God, tank top? No. And that's not just Betty. I mean, there's lots of women wearing tank tops who have bingo wings, or bingo arms. Is that what they call those? So I'm going to start this. I'm going to pop back over and make sure that I have not gone too far in this stream. But if I have, somebody let me know and we'll back it up.
I believed him because the minute I got to that house, the very first time, I remember it was so cold, I thought my fingertips were going to shatter. I did. I was that cold.
Well, that's God's way of telling you to keep your cold-blooded ass in Florida. Okay. She uses the most bizarre turns of phrase. And I'm a Florida girl, okay? So I get it. We're not. I thought my fingertips were going to shatter. So Flo, do you know Mimi Spears? Hi, Mimi Spears. Bat wings. I've heard bingo wings. I haven't heard bat wings. Wait a minute. Where did that comment go? I do believe that when being described like that, I do believe that it's generally you want the more southern regions to be described in that manner. Not me. I want a small ass. I want a small flat ass. Anyway, well, thanks, Mitten Mama. I love you too. Does anybody know if I'm in the right timestamp area? Because I think this is when she's gonna start. Well, I think the word sanctions is probably going to get thrown around. Look at that pause game. Dan, you're right. I do have hold on. Useless talent number 2. Pause game on point, bitches. Okay. Do we think this is about the right time? I'll let it go for another minute and y'all let me know if it's not.
I looked at Olivia and I'm like,
Eyes up.
We've got this all wrong. Everybody has this wrong. This is somebody we're not even looking at.
Are you okay? Truly, like, can I just tell you this? I don't even know what the hell she's talking about. But if the bitch tells me water's wet, I'm gonna need to convene a meeting of the board to confirm. Like, am I the only one who worries about the mental fitness of someone who not only has all these self-proclaimed pretend careers, but who thinks that she is more equipped and knows more than law enforcement? I cannot be alone in that thought.
And that...
Do you see this? Do you clear the DoorDasher? What? I mean, ma'am, I'll assume that's a typo, but knowing most of Betty's people, Mike Stevens notwithstanding, yeah, most of y'all are not menses. Of that I know. Because always the comments are always riddled with lots of errors that can't all be errors. Typo errors. We'll assume this one is. But this right here, this is a perfect example. Whoever this is, Truth and Translucent, which I've never heard before. So did you clear the DoorDasher? What the fuck does that mean? She does not have the ability to clear anyone. It would be like pulling up some fashion designer and watching an interview where maybe they go into their workroom and their sketches are, laid out. It would be like somebody in the chat saying, oh, Mew Mew, which is Mrs. Prada. That's her nickname. That's also the diffusion line of Prada. Mrs. Prada, did you clear? Did you get Crimes and Fashion? Did she sign off on these sketches before we go into production? What the hell? Like, I don't understand this. It is so bizarre that anybody thinks that this woman, who I heard somebody I was listening to this morning. Oh, it was Blank Screen. Blank Screen, congratulations. You also were on Crimes and Fashions morning, just all the different places I go and listen. And he was playing Chronicles of the Oblivious, and it was a flashback clip to this one right here, telling Queen Bee she was unaccomplished. She's a loser. Bitch, you are unaccomplished. You are the loser. And you're fucking mean. Oh, but carry on.
That moment, I knew the reason why I went out there is because I felt that. I felt that everybody's blaming all these people because they're low-hanging fruit and it's easy to do.
Kind of like I view you. Low-hanging fruit, easy to do. Yeah. You require zero preparation because you never fail to deliver the goods.
We're not low-hanging fruit.
No, you are.
We dig deep. We want to see how the
Who's we? Who is we? You are delusional. You don't know jack shit. You do not know anything more than any other person watching YouTube. Or the
roots are growing, Yeah. And we need to find out if there's any insects under the ground eating those roots.
Thank you, Diamond Cutter. Every time I hit this gong, I think of you. Carry on, Betty.
Roots. That's how deep we go.
I love Betty's analogies. We're insects. We're eating those roots. That's how deep we go. What is this? A fucking infomercial for Fantasy Island? God, I don't get it. I don't get this.
So I just felt something off. I had to get out there. I had to see what was going on. This channel sponsored me to get out there, and I'm very grateful.
Is that what we're calling it now? Is that what we're calling e-begging and grifting? Sponsoring. Kind of reminds, since you love analogies so much and euphemisms, well, it kind of reminds me of that one about the lipstick on the pig. Yeah. So you can zhuzh it up and call it whatever you want. G-R-I-F-T-E. FBI. Hi. No, we're not taking any more calls about grifters on the internet. Thank you very much. We've got our hands full investigating Blank Screen.
Grateful because talk about how much misinformation we could have possibly done on this channel just by the fact
you do all what? Like, what are you talking about? When she says on this channel, I assume she's referring to her channel. You do misinformation all the time, Miss Journalist. I've never heard someone use so many awkward turns of phrase and her verbal communication ability, since we're stuck on analogies and euphemisms, well, when I hear her speak, like the analogy that comes to mind is someone with a mouthful of marbles. That's kind of what it, if I had to assign a physical trait to what she does do. And it's always been my experience that, Occam's razor, honey. Like, people who try and use all these strange turns of phrase and flowery, like, there's a reason for it. Most people speak in plain English when they're telling the truth, they're well informed, etc. Why don't you just speak plain English?
That we didn't go out there. We had such an overwhelming advantage over everybody else by being boots on the ground.
Well, you may have boots on the ground, honey. My boots are better. And you can have all the boots on the ground you want. You have a deficit in IQ points. I'd loan you some if I liked you.
Out there because we got all the information. We were able to speak to law enforcement directly. And
if some ass clown like you came to me and I was law enforcement, I was going to say I would get my business card out, but I wouldn't want this fucking Fruit Loop having my business card. So I would get a napkin out of the trash can and I would scribble down the, ma'am, here's the email of the public information officer. You can go ahead and email her with any questions you might have. You have a great day now. And oh yes, thank you for the used donuts. We appreciate them so much as they go into the trash.
And off the record on many instances. And those are
Betty can get what law enforcement can.
The things that you do not get sitting here behind this screen.
Well, most of us who are this is a hobby, not a pretend job where we fancy ourselves some kind of hybrid journalist, lawyer, investigator. So, Shaggy, Velma, I'm Daphne. I'm not in on this trip. I'm staying home. There's a good sale going on this weekend. I don't have time to fuck with you guys. So it's going to be Shaggy, Scooby, and Velma. Going boots on the ground in the mystery machine. We're going to get the deets that law enforcement cannot get, and neither can you losers on YouTube sitting behind your desk, even if you are sitting in these. Yes, these are lovely. Do you like these? These are Saint Laurent. Yes, I love these. And bet your ass I can run in them too. Ooh, look at those pretty lavender toenails. Okay, carry on, Betty. Damn it. Gosh, I feel like I should send Betty my shirt. At least, yes. So, Flo, you're correct. She needs sunscreen. Betty, unless you are sitting on a plow, mowing, what do you do? Is that what you do on a plow? Mow? Whatever you do on a plow. Plow things. Oh, yeah, I don't think anybody's plowed anything where you're concerned in a very long time. But be that as it may, unless you are seated on a plow, because that's a farmer's tan. But typically a farmer's tan is, different colors from your shirt sleeves down. But in Betty's case, Oh, Betty, your décolletage. That's like, I do believe after your eyes, that this is very thin skin. Well, you're thin skinned everywhere, but you know, Betty, oh God, girl, you're gonna be sorry as the years go by.
And so that's why we get out and get going. Now, I have been handicapped a little bit with this whole lawsuit.
Oh, you've been handicapped a little bit, but I don't think it's by a lawsuit. Bitch, you started the lawsuit party. You do remember that, correct? Now meet Betty, the legal martyr. She is the patron saint of jurisprudence martyrdom.
But that's okay. I mean, at some point, this lawsuit is going to be at an end.
Your portion of the lawsuit is going to be at an end sooner than you think, sweetie. And unfortunately, the other part of the lawsuit, the countersuit that did survive, well, that's not going to be over nearly as quickly as you would like, because you see, much as I would have done, if you force me to come to your shitty cocktail party, which I don't want to come to because you're serving wine from a box, or, well, actually there's some decent boxed wines, I think, but most of them don't have screw tops. So, you know, we didn't want to come to this shitty party, but since you forced us and we, yes, the collective we, since you forced us to do this, well, we're going to see it through to the end. And unlike you, who only has your time, which is worth fucking nothing, we all have skin in the game. So we're here for the long haul, baby.
And things will start progressing back to the way that they were, and we will start getting back out on the road more and more. We're coming around to the holidays. I'm going to be on the road.
Merry Christmas.
A lot from the rest of this year and into next year with a few.
Is your schedule already filled up, Bets? Do you have room in your schedule for any kind of speaking engagements? I was just wondering. I mean, besides the standing Board of County Commissioners meeting. And if so, do I have to provide a podium and a lanyard, or do you bring your own? Just wondering.
Exceptions, you know, I've got to maintain my legal research and getting my deadlines done.
I've got to maintain my legal research. Bitch, your legal research is non-existent. So no, you don't need to maintain that. Either hire a real legal professional, or, I don't know, study more. Because all you seem to know how to do is copy case law that I haven't bothered to look at, but I'm sure it's not on point, and put dead links and make a bunch of whiny, crybaby, just temper tantrum. Like, let's just say, apparently denial really is not just a river in Egypt, as evidenced by the bullhorn.
And so that just, it takes a lot of time. I'm pro se.
Take more time.
I have to do all the legal research myself.
Is that why your this thing is such a fucking mess? Well, yeah, I would imagine.
So, and prepare, right? I got to prepare this stuff, yes. Despite what they keep saying about how I have no education, I know nothing. And look
at the eyes, straight up in the air, Betty. I can tell you why I say that. I didn't say you have no education. I said that I believe your education is, well, I'll be generous like I always am, and I'll say 9th grade at best. And I base that on the fact that you do not speak and or write as an educated person. And that's what I base it on. I base it on my let's not forget, I've been around a decade longer than you. So oh yes, and there is that little matter of me actually having a legal education.
And I'm getting help by everybody else. Okay, well,
Betty,
I hope you have proof for that, because
we
that's a
do.
violation.
We do, don't worry. There have been, not me personally, because I waste enough time on your wretched ass. I'm certainly not going to go around and check and see what parts of your lawsuit are lifted or borrowed from other. Well, my goodness, the attorney was kind enough to do that in your first iteration of your lawsuit, before the new and improved version. That's not improved. It's actually worse and longer. But there are several channels who have done just that. They have Googled sections, and shockingly, they've found that almost word for word match your lawsuit. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a violation of what, you dumb bitch? What's it a violation of? Please enlighten us. Take a big old hit of whatever's in that coffee cup, which I'm sure is just cold coffee, much like me.
Especially when an attorney says it without any hard evidence.
Are you fucking blind? Are you blind? In fact, I have it down. It's down below me, but it's all out of order. Like, seriously, this is what I mean when I say, is she okay? Look at her eyes. Her pupils are non-existent. And like, y'all just see, and this is what I don't understand. For her to say, that's a violation, and without any proof, that's a violation, bitch, I would refer you back to the not new and not improved complaint. The first pile of shit, where he was kind enough to do a side by side of your complaint and, my goodness, JLR's complaint, where it was word for word. So, Betty, much like all your pretend jobs, just because you say it is so doesn't make it so. Oh my God, she blesses the internet with her. Oh, God bless you, Betty. God bless you.
And remember, your attorney's supposed to fact find.
He did.
FYI.
Betty, what is wrong with your eyes? I'm just wondering. Are you okay, girl? Seem a little unhinged.
Actually, he could be sanctioned for failing.
You are a salty bitch because you got shaded in the most artful of legal ways. Sorry about your luck. Sorry you can't do it. Well, Betty, if you're such a fucking legal brain trust pumpkin, why don't you just do the same thing? I assume that you're getting a motion together. Have you made a complaint to the American Bar Association? Oh my God.
Going to fact find. Or like if I send him some information and he acts like he didn't get it. Sanctionable.
Okay, listen, stupid fuck. If you are dumb enough to send, first of all, I don't know what some information is, but I'm assuming whatever it was. Well, if it's got anything at all to do with this case, outside of, like, say, these emails, which he was kind enough to include, but anything outside of an email, would have been filed with the clerk of the court, and you would have, put the certificate of service on there. I swear or affirm that a copy of the foregoing was sent to the party, and then you fill in the blank. So there's that. And anything to do with the case, motions, etc., well, that would be filed with the clerk. So if you're speaking of an email, which is the only other thing that I could contemplate that you could be talking about, well, you'd have a copy of that in your outbox with, all the stuff, the timestamp, who it went to, the URL. You could show all that. So what exactly are you talking about? Because unless you sent him what'd you do? Did you send him a chain letter, like via snail mail? Because that's the only thing that you could possibly allege to the court, that the opposing party and their respective lawyer is claiming they didn't get. You do understand we're in the electronic age, and there's an e-trail, there's a paper trail. So what are you see, this is, why is it that you people who listen to her, why do you not call her out on shit like this? Because it's nonsensical. It's a straw man.
I don't know what happened in Idaho, but I really do seem like there's a shortage of different.
Is it just me, or is she like not talking right? A shortage
names. It's been hard to keep up with all the Jacks and Jays. I know it did seem like everybody had like the same name, didn't it? It seemed like the girls were the only ones that had different names. It's like every single person that was like a Jack, a Jake, it just, they all had like similar names.
Jackal, Jack off.
Different last names, but similar names. Hunter, right? Who would have known there was.
Who the fuck gets like that much mileage out of a stupid, benign comment like that? It is so bizarre.
A couple Hunters in there. We had Ian's brother Hunter. Plus we had the neighbor that lived next door that had the camera that picked up the.
Look at Betty and her rubber bracelets. Did you get those from Cartier? Like what? Please tell me, you're right about that. We've all seen that. Hey, Running Bear. Mike, did you hear what I just said? How do you account for what she just said? The part about, hey, Chronicles of the Oblivious, how are you? The part about how, especially if I send something, like putting forth, like all bullshitters do, they give a little bit of a lie, but just because they're trying to plant, what else does she have? She's not about to come out and say the truth, which is, I've been shown to be the fucking poser that I am. And she's salty as hell. So what's the explanation for what she could have possibly sent that lawyer that he's going to claim he didn't get? It's not a legal document, because every legal document would have been filed with the clerk. So unless it was a love note via snail mail or Or yeah, a good old-fashioned chainmail letter. If you do not send this letter to 7 friends, Chi-Town J. Well, hi. How are you? Yeah. Hey, Forgotten Westworth. Oh, even her jewelry has missing or dead people's names on them. Wasn't that wonderful? God, that is so bizarre. Yeah. Hey, man. Oh, Woodstock. What is that? Listen, there is not. And Mike, here's just a little free piece of advice from me to you. You know, it's all well and good that you love Betty. There's lots of people on here that I like a lot, and they're they're not even as close to being as controversial as old Bets here. I mean, Mike, do you like, what is it that you all think? Why do you think so many people hate her? And don't tell me it's because people are jealous of her, because she's a fucking loser, okay? There is nothing to be jealous of. No, she has come by her reputation quite naturally. She's a horrible bitch. She's earned it. And just a little piece of advice, you yourself lose credibility when you act. I have never once heard you concede not. Mike, why do you think people are jealous of her? Tell me. Give me some reasons why you think people are jealous of her. But while we wait for you to give us some reasons why people are jealous of her, I know I use her content because somebody needs to give the thinking persons, there needs to be a counterpoint. It's commentary, that's all it is. But yes, hey, Haley Hopes. Mona Lisa, how are you? I need to know what people are jealous of. That's what I need to know. And I can assure you, Mike, unlike you, I have never once heard you concede not 1 point. And with that, Mike, really? Where? And I promise you, there are more people watching me right now than she had watching her this morning. I promise you that. And I've never been considered controversial. And nobody admires Betty except you people that sit in her chat. But go ahead and tell me, I'm waiting for the jealous, what we're jealous of. Because I can assure you, every aspect of my life, I have more than Betty. In every aspect. Not the least of which is, material things. That's the last thing on the list. And all the non-tangible things, I'm assure you, there is absolutely nothing I am jealous of with Betty. I find Betty infuriating. So, Mike, I'm waiting. Hey, Amy M, how are you? Let's see who else came in. Natalie Tallulah, how are you? I think there was somebody else. Oh, Gina, yes, it must be her sparkling personality and her impeccable grammar. It's a gorgeous hair too. That's just me being a petty bitch. Hi, Rain Dancer. How are you? Georgia, how are you? But you know, Mike, it's interesting that, Mike, I stand behind every damn thing I've ever said. I'm proud of who I am, and I damn sure don't bow to anybody. How come people don't hate me like they hate Betty? Just wondering. But, you know, Mike, anytime you will not ever, you won't concede, not one point, not ever. So that only leaves me with a few conclusions I can draw, because that is not something that an intelligent, mature, rational adult can do, especially when it comes to a fucking YouTuber. This is not your family. This is not your real life friend. If I have ever said something factually wrong, despite the fact that I wouldn't throw my cold Starbucks on her if she burst into flames in front of me, if I say something that is factually inaccurate about her or concerning her, I have very much walked back in inaccuracy. So I've done that. There have been more than one occasion when I have given her a compliment, kind of like the other day. I told her that pink shirt she was wearing, that she looked nice in that color pink. Because despite the fact that I cannot stand her, it doesn't mean that I can't give credit if credit is due, that I cannot correct an inaccuracy, or I can't throw her a compliment every now and again. So why is it that you, and I'm still waiting, by the way, for what we're jealous of. So to me, why is it that you, because I do not believe for 1 minute, unless you're a fucking real life Fruit Loop, I cannot believe that every single thing this woman has done that you agree with. And if that is the case, Mike, you might want to consider asking her out on a date. She needs you. Because of the people that I like on here, that I speak to outside of here, and that I would call a friend, one of whom she is suing. That doesn't change the fact I would never sit in this chair and say, well, I'm sorry, I agree every single thing that Queen Bee has ever said or done, I agree with 100%. She's never done anything wrong. She's never said anything wrong. I agree with every single thing, and that's that. That's not normal. I don't know. My fucking husband, the man that I go to bed with every night. I don't know. I wouldn't say that about my husband. My husband wouldn't say that about me, because that's not the real world. Normal people can take issue with something that is so obviously wrong that someone else does. So, to me, that's where you lack credibility, because it's just not normal. And if that is actually how you feel, like I said, you should ask her out on a date. But yeah, I'm still waiting on what everybody is so jealous of. Son of a bitch. I mean, it's like, and what would be the benefit? I mean, what, like, I just, and what's so funny is I'm still waiting. Oh yeah, it's all just for love of the grift. That's all. I'm just curious, Mike, do you fund her field trips that she takes under the guise of something else? And where's the footage of all this important work she was doing down in Miami? And don't get it twisted. I give two shits what she does with her free time. I don't care who this is not a political thing. It's not about Trump. I voted for the idiot. I'll vote for him again if it's him versus. Doesn't mean I like him. It means I'm voting against the other person. But I don't give this bitch a nickel. So it's no skin off my ass. And I don't ask you for a nickel. So I don't have skin in the game. But if I was her PR person, which clearly, what? You know what? Well, listen, bullshit. Betty's a reporter. She's an investigator. What else is she? Oh, she's a legal expert. So by those standards, bullshit. This right here, this is my public relations business. And, you know, this is Charitable Giving Saturday. I'm going to give out some free PR advice to someone who desperately needs it. So Bets, here's what I would tell you. You know, this is an easy way to shut up the haters as far as, you know, people calling you out on, well, just like the little video that we watched where, oh, you were having all these problems and you need to get to Miami and blah, blah, blah. Of course, to go look for some missing person or some horrible case. Betty's on the job. Hey, Sav, how you doing? But since you are considering hiring my firm, well, here's just a little. This is just a little sampling of my work. Mike, I'm still waiting. Oh, Revival Home Goods. Damn, girl, you're inspiring me to go. Ah, Mama Bear, you call her Bets. Yeah, that's my girl, Bets. Ma'am, Miss Bullhorn, what was your name? Yes, Bets. Miss, can I call you Miss Bullhorn? By the way, I don't know, would you consider like that's not trademarked, right? I mean, I know you put that little circle with the T in the end, but yeah, if we want to present just well, I remember an ad campaign from many decades ago. Come see the softer side of the bullhorn. How about a megaphone? Would you consider that? We'll just take those batteries right out of that bullhorn. Well, my goodness, you probably have another appliance that could use some batteries. So we'll take those out of your bullhorn. We'll retire your bullhorn. How about that? How about a little cheerleading? How about a little cheerleading megaphone? Yeah, you just hold it up like this. Something tells me your voice carries. Yeah. And that horrible oh, she's a bitch, but you know, she's pretty cute. And oh, boy, she's got some beautiful shoes. What's her name? Oh, Crimes and Fashion. Oh, I hate that bitch. But be that as it may, she did say she'd make you a pretty whistle. She said she'd bling out your whistle. So listen, we're trying to zhuzh up your image here. So I see my professional opinion, you know, boots on the ground, Betty, boots on the ground. I've been boots on the ground to all these hater channels. I'm going to need you to expand on that, Mike. But thank you for getting back to me. But let's keep this dialogue going. You go ahead and tell me. Like I said, just expand on it, please. And while you do that, I'm gonna just keep on keeping on. Okay, so yes, as ma'am, Ms. Bullhorn, as I was boots on the ground, you know, investigating. I was going around to all these channels and investigating, like, you know, that's just what we do. We meaning me. Yeah, me. That's what we do. We are boots on the ground. Because Betty, I can't. I'm sorry, Ms. Bullhorn. I cannot give you this valuable advice just by sitting my ass in this chair. Now I know it's a very pretty chair, and yeah, I mean, I am sitting on a Mongolian lamb pillow, which incidentally, I mean, maybe this pillow could give you some hair advice. Oh, you want to see it? Sure. I'll show it to you. I mean, don't look at the part where my ass has been sitting, because it's, you know, it's flattened it out a little bit, not my ass, the fur. Now look at that. What do you think of that? Look how, oh God, look how shiny and oh God, it's luxurious. Anyway, you know, I didn't go out, and I wouldn't have all of this knowledge and this information and this intel unless I was, you know, unless I was Saint Laurent on the ground. Okay, heels on the ground, bitch. Heels on the ground. I've done all my work. I've done my research, and what I found is that except for a small contingent that sits in your chat, you know, well, a lot of people just think you're full of shit and that you're mean, and you know, that you exploit dead and missing people and others' tragedies to pay your bills. But you know, I don't think I can talk you out of that. So my goal for you is just to, you know, humanize you a little bit. So you know, I don't even remember where we were going with this, Ms. Bullhorn. What the hell am I telling her? Yeah. Softer side of the bullhorn. Yeah. Let's retire the bullhorn. Oh, well, yes. Hold on. Let me ask him. Mike, I'm still waiting. Mike, are you with me? Come on. I need you to. And Mike, is that the answer to this? Okay, so this was the comment previous to the other one. Mike, would you like to come on panel with me? I'll give you a link. You don't have to cam up. We could talk like in real time. I bet the chat would like that. Yeah, Mike, you know I don't bite. Anyway. Now, Mike, in certain instances, this is definitely a positive. But it is also, listen, that should be That should be a trait. In small doses and in the right places, that very much can be an attribute. When it is a way of life, that's when it becomes a problem. Because unlike whatever you believe, and she apparently believes as well, there is no one that is right 100% of the time. Not you, not me, not Betty. Of those three that I just named, I'm the only one who can readily admit that. Which, I mean, why is that? So, I mean, at least for me, oh, back to my PR work. Yes, I'm sorry. I remembered what we were, I got so lost in the other things. But Ms. Bullhorn, here's my free piece of advice. Because, Rome wasn't built in a day. So if we're going to try and rebuild your image a bit, well, there is absolutely nothing wrong with sitting in your office and saying to your subs, listen, I like politics. I love a rally. And I want to go to the Trump rally in Miami. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you and tell you that I'm going down there to investigate a case that law enforcement doesn't need my help investigating. Hey, Kara. But I want to go to this Trump rally. And if you would like to help me get there, well, I would appreciate any and all donations. I mean, this is not brain surgery. It is not rocket science. If she was not as thin-skinned as she clearly is, we wouldn't be having this discussion. She's the one who's always bitching and moaning about, all the haters. She's suing people over a fucking temper tantrum. And this ain't her first rodeo. And I promise you, you are going to find this out from the judge. And I have a feeling that even then, that will not be. That's the point when the jig is up. And if you as an adult cannot take the L ever, then there's something wrong with you. Okay? It's that simple. So you go ahead and have yourself convinced that people are jealous of her. But I can tell you this. Not you, Mike Stevens, not Bullscorn Betty, not me, not anybody in this chat, not anybody in this world would want her showing up in front of your house, screaming, calling you a killer, making life a general hell for everyone in the vicinity. And do you not think that on Quentin Simons Street, do you not think that those neighbors do not still feel some type of way about what went on down there? Of course they do. And I'm sorry, you will never convince any thinking, rational, normal person that behavior down there was acceptable or normal. There is nothing remotely normal about some dipshit on YouTube seeing a case, packing up her car, driving to the home of the suspect, having a prolonged tailgate party, and making an abject, I mean, I was going to say nuisance, but that's not strong enough. I mean, based on what? Based on news stories and shit on YouTube. No, Mike Stevens. You go ahead and feel any way you want about it. You are wrong. And she is wrong. It is not normal. It's not remotely close to normal. And I promise you, if it was your house, Mike Stevens, or if it was the one who perpetrated it, the tailgate party, that is, this one, she would have, do you understand that the woman had not even been arrested yet? Why is it that you cannot rationalize in your head why she is a hypocrite? And if you think it's okay, you're a hypocrite too. Because don't you dare sit here and tell me that you believe in the Constitution, but you think it's okay before someone is even arrested to stand in front of their, and no, we're going to call it what it is. This is not standing in front. Well, guess what, Mike? Because I'm pretty sure in the state of Florida, inspired by yours truly right here, Bull Scorn, I think I'm gonna look, but I believe that it is still, I think you can still be in front of someone's home. It just can't be more than 3 people. Don't fake the funk. Hi, how are you? Welcome. And you are absolutely correct. She would be on the phone. Her phone would be smoking. I assume that's supposed to say garbage, not garage. Mike, do you understand that there is a process in place? Do you think that, and here's the deal. If you or her were ever subject to, say me, let's just say that I decide for whatever reason that I'm going to pack my Louis Vuitton suitcase and I'm going to get a bullhorn at the auto parts store with a matching lanyard, and I'm going to go and I'm going to sit in front of Betty's house and I'm going to annoy all her neighbors just because I think that she's committed crimes. Do you think for 1 minute she would be sitting in that office right there saying, well, it's her constitutional right to do that, and, you know, I support that? No. And the thing is like, Mike, I'm not trying to convert you. Of that, I promise you, because I don't waste time on lost causes. So it's not about that. I don't give a shit if she makes $1 million a day, if she has 1 million subs. I don't care about any of that. anything she does in her real life and with her pretend jobs have no bearing on my life. She is irrelevant to me as anything more than what I'm doing right now, which is clowning her based on nothing more than her comments or her commentary. But if you cannot concede the point that she has done things that were, at the very least, ill-advised, wrong, then frankly, I don't know what you come here for. I really don't. Besides, what we've already discussed. So, oh, running bear. Hi, New Zealand and world mysteries. Check. Yeah, exactly. I mean, how do you think that yeah, I mean, we may be coming to the end of our I'm just reading the comments, you guys. Well, hi, New Zealand. Yeah, nobody argues that point. Nobody. I don't care what happens to Leilani after her trial. But see, that's the difference between me and apparently you and Betty. Like, she needs to have her trial because that's what we have. We have an American justice system here that is governed by the Constitution. We do not have a Bullhorn Betty justice system. We all see things everywhere, every day, that are gross, that make us sick. There's just nothing. Normal people do not pack their bags and go stand in front of somebody's house screaming at them. What are you going to say when she gets what's coming to her? Because it will happen. I mean, I'm shocked it hasn't happened yet. Somebody is going to come and they're going to knock her miserable ass out. And I'll be laughing. I mean, I don't want to see her hurt. But as long as they don't disfigure her or physically hurt her in some lasting way, oh well. I mean, you cannot treat people. What did she do? And you tell me, Mike, what did she do that benefited anybody except herself? How about that, Mike? Since this was just, it was just altruistic, every bit of it. It was all about that baby. Well, then why was she accepting money while she was down there? Why was she? Why? I mean, I'm just curious. And what exactly is it that she accomplished besides increasing her bank balance that month? What was it that she did? I mean, we know what she did, but what did it accomplish? Oh, 222. Oh, I wish that would have been awesome if the number watching was 222 and the time was 222. It's 239 with 223 watching. We can still do it. No, she didn't. You cannot be this dense. They were waiting to find that baby. This fucking wretched cow did nothing to force their hand. And is that hey, Nurse Bev? Yeah, that was vile. It was so gross. Oh, hey, Muffin Mouse. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think we're pretty much at the end. You and I are going to be parting ways because there's just no point. I mean, you can do all this at Betty's Chat, and you do. And it's like, I can't help you. If you really believe this, then there's nothing for you here. That's all I can tell you. I mean, no matter how, and I would hope that you would acknowledge this very clear distinction between me and your girl here. And there's many. But I would hope that you could acknowledge that the way I'm trying to speak to you, and I'm trying to have an intelligent, civil discussion with you. Yes, Kia, you're correct. Betty has never given anyone the level of respect that I've extended to you and everybody in this chat as well. Because while they don't believe you, they're not saying the things to you that I know happen over there. So I mean, truly. Yeah, I just don't think that we're at the point, Mike, where I'm not going to, if you were able to it's just pointless. It's because you won't concede anything. And when I say that, I don't mean that I'm trying to get you to say something against Betty. But when the fact that you can't, as an adult grown man, say, yeah, I didn't think it was right when insert name, that tells me that you're nothing but, well, I was going to use the word sycophant, but that's probably a little too sophisticated for Bets. We'll just say simp. That tells me that it is I can no longer, much as I like to, go back and forth with you sometimes, it's to no avail, because it annoys the people that come here to listen to me. They're not, and as these things usually end up going, and this is why we parted ways before, because it just became about Betty. And no, So, oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. So Mike, hey, just Linda. So yes, I think that unfortunately it's you know, it's serving no purpose to like, I'm all about a variety of opinions and perspectives, but you can't add anything to the discussion, and it's, you know, like I said, I think you truly should ask Betty out on a date. I mean, I don't know what your situation is, but I think Betty at the very least. Well, just remember what I said, Mike, about bye, Mike. Bye, thanks for playing. Oh, it was fun while it lasted. Yeah, and I mean that. And I'm not mad at Mike. Like, it's not about that, but it clearly, like, I'm no longer willing to have him just, like, you notice he wouldn't answer some of my questions. So it's just about fucking simping for Betty. And like I said, you don't need to, Mike, because there ain't a damn thing I'd say different with you or without you. So just go hang out at Betty's. Okay. So, oh, Nurse Bev, yes, and trust me. And honestly, Running Bear, that's the only reason I'm bouncing him again. Not because I give a like, but it's not fair to you guys, because when somebody, and I'm telling you, there is nobody on here that I like or respect or call friend that I would not be able to say, yeah, you know, I didn't think that was a good look, or I wouldn't have done things that way. Because if you can't do that, then that tells me it's just all contrived bullshit. Hey, Pecan Pie. All right, if there's anybody who came in and I missed you, I am very sorry. I'm going up a little bit just to make sure. Now there's a hashtag. Okay, so is there any more in her? Like, I cannot stand the sound of her voice. Is there more of that live where she talks about the Woodstock? Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. There is nothing more ironic in my book than some dumb bitch who wants to tell you she's, you know, I'm legally educated. I'm about the law. Yeah, except only she's the only one who gets any constitutional protections. Everybody else is subject to the Bullhorn Betty justice system. Oh, let's see which shirt. Oh God, her Trump shirt, her Trump outfit. Yeah, I told her those jeans were a felony. That belonged on. Well, they just brought to mind an animal that roams the deserts and, you know, has a couple humps. That's what I thought when I saw those jeans. Yeah, ooh, very unfortunate. Too small, too tight, wrong cut, and a very unfortunate camera angle that drew the eye right to the most problematic part. Betty, like, girl, let me show you what modern day jeans look like, okay? Just in case, because clearly you need a little, you need something to, well, you like to try and copy me. So see these, like skinny, just, they're destroyed, but you don't have to wear destroyed, but you see the cut, it's like very modern. When you see me standing here, your eye is not immediately drawn to I just hate that word. That's why I'm not going to say it. Hi, Whoopi. How are you? Hi. Hello, you big, fat, sexy beast. Oh, I wish you could see him. Whoopi's doing his fancy pants. He is so fancy. Even my cat is bougie, bitch. He's sitting like this, okay? He's down there within 2 feet of me with his big old fat, sexy self. And he's like this. No joke. He's got his front paws crossed and he just sits and does this. He's like a sphinx. I thought it would be fun to read the emails that went back and forth between Betts and the lawyer. Have y'all heard these? Because they were at the bottom. They were the last pages of the motion to dismiss. So much like all the rest of her garbage. Yeah, these give you a little peek inside the place I don't want to see. No, not the jeans that belong on a 2-humped animal out in the desert. They use them for transportation and whatnot. Yeah, it's the biblical Uber, the OG Uber. Oh, I noticed that Betts is trying to be funny. Betty, listen, I can help you with, well, I wouldn't, but well, for a large fee, I would. There's some things you can learn, like, well, unfortunately, in your case, I don't think you can learn how to be nice. You can learn manners, but that ship is clearly sailed. But those are the kinds of things you can learn. Like, you can learn manners. You can learn when to throw away your Hollister jeans. You can learn lots of things. Here's what you can't learn. You can't learn compassion and empathy. You can learn manners. You can learn how to be polite. You cannot learn class. You can learn what cut and wash of jeans looks best on your body type. You cannot learn style. Here's an easy lesson in the wardrobes, though. If it doesn't have a sleeve, you need to save it for the beach. Yeah, your tank top days are long gone. Unless, of course, you would consider picking up a dumbbell or 12. So we're just going to read a couple of these emails. So the motion to dismiss. Mystified me. She doesn't even, B. Ogden, I agree. I've seen lot lizards with more too. I know a lot of people believe that, and she may very well be. I don't know. I tend to think It is deep-seated inadequacy and insecurity that then looks a lot like that. Because everything she does is with attention in mind. And it's just always been my experience that people, and I actually know, I mean, I know now and have known in the past, people who resemble what I just said, but she's got a nasty mean streak in her that I think, like, some people who are deeply insecure and inadequate also are always seeking attention, but not necessarily like they get their validation in a different way. They want attention, but not like she does. And I just think that being mean and having that mean streak lends itself perfectly to her inadequacies, which then makes it look like she's a narcissist. And she might be. I don't know. I'm not diagnosing her. But oh, the other thing on my list that you can't learn, Betty. Betty, you know why it is so cringy when you attempt to be I was going to say funny, but it's not even just that. Anytime she attempts to be lighthearted or even pleasant, you know why that always is so like, why it comes off so, why it's so cringy? Because it's so obvious that it's forced. And it is. It is so obvious that it's forced. So Betty, that goes double for you trying to be funny. There's nothing funny about you. And people who truly are funny, it's just something you're born with. And you can't, that's like, you cannot learn how to be funny. You cannot learn timing. You cannot learn, you just can't. You just either have it or you don't. I've never known a truly funny person. And not all professional comedians are funny, I don't think. I mean, everybody has their own style, but what makes her so cringy in any number of arenas is because the only thing to me that comes across as genuine and where I see her being very comfortable is anger, hate, and yeah, I think that's why standing in front of someone's house, and in her world, it must just be perfect because she gets paid for it. She not only gets to capitalize on one of the few authentic seeming things about her, which is her anger and her vitriol and her lack of empathy. And she's got dumbasses paying her for it. So for her, it's a win-win. But it's the reason why it comes across so gross. I mean, what I think more often than not when I watch her, and I promise you, I have truly tried on multiple occasions prior to this lawsuit. Hi, Nikki Henson. I truly have. I've tried to listen to her, to watch her without, you know, bringing all the baggage and just trying to connect with her in some way, like trying to just find the human part of her. And I pretty much fail every time. And the reason why I fail is because, to me, and this is just my observation and my opinion, she's so cringy because the only places that she's authentic is the anger and the hate. She is one of the angriest. And it's like, you know what? There may be a lot of people who think I'm a bitch, but I tell you what, when I come in here, I smile, I laugh, I have a fun time. I want to entertain people. I want to make people laugh. And if I can do it at some asshole's expense, perfect. Even better. That gasses me up. If I'm not feeling it, and I know that I'm going to come in here, because I'm not an actress, okay? It shows on my face. It shows in my body language. That's why when that bitch is lying, her cringiest moments are when her tells are on full display. And she's the only one who doesn't see it. The eyes up, the how her voice goes up and she starts stammering. Oh, well, running bear, my pleasure. I mean, and it's not because I'm Mary Poppins and I'm running around and every day I'm, riding my unicorn. No, not at all. But every day I come in here, I'm riding my unicorn because this is my happy place. This is my escape from, whatever's going on in the real world. And I'm lucky. I have a very blessed real world life, knock wood, more than I deserve. And that's the truth. But if I'm not feeling it and I'm having a bad day, or just real world calls, but I pretty much, anytime I can get in here and my real life isn't, listen, the only thing that suffers in my real life for me coming in here and doing this is my checkbook balance, because I'm not doing work. It costs me money because I'm not doing work. But if I did come in here and I wasn't feeling it, you guys would know. So there may be a lot of people who think I'm a bitch. She's bougie. Yeah, what of it? But if you do connect with me, despite that I'm bougie and you may not be, if you can get past the surface shit, and listen, not everybody can, and that's okay. I'm not trying to be for everybody. I am me. And that's what, to me, I don't care what you look like. I don't care what you sound like. I don't care what you talk about. Those are the people that I connect with. There's nothing about her. The only thing I see authentic in her is rage and anger. So that could be a lot of the problem. And this is one of her jobs. So she doesn't have, so you ought to learn to, maybe you should take some of your super chats. I mean, whatever you're saving by, not having a professional do your hair, and go take some acting classes, because there's nothing about you that is authentic except your anger and your hatred and your rage. And only other people maybe that relate to that. I don't know. I don't know what draws people, but I can tell you this, Of all the things that people might say about me, I mean, I can come up with them because I am self-aware. I'm very well aware of what my flaws are. I'm aware of what my strengths are, and I'm aware of what other people who do not know me and don't give me a chance, I'm very aware of what they would say if someone said, "What do you think of this one?" I know what they'd say. That's okay. But one of the things I don't ever picture somebody putting on that list, there's only one I actually care about, and I know nobody's going to say that. Nobody's going to call me dumb. People call you dumb all the time because you appear to be dumb. And the only other one that is up there with that one, that's the most important one. But the only one that's up there with that one that I would never want to hear somebody say, and I don't think they would say, which is also something that's, one of the top 1 or 2 with you, is I just don't picture anybody saying about me, "Oh God, she's miserable. God, all she does is bitch. She's never happy." You never have a happy moment. I've never seen you smile what looks like a real spontaneous smile that comes from in here. Yours comes from here. To me, it just all looks so forced. I don't know. There's a lot of people in this world, unfortunately, that they have to try and copy other people. And I'm not talking about, I'm talking about things that are innate to most people. Not everybody picks up on those things, and they study others because they don't want to get busted right on out. Okay. Oh, Nurse Bev. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And that's, to me, like most people, when you smile or you laugh, it's spontaneous, and it comes from here because you're happy, because something was funny. And the eyes are the windows to the soul. That's what they always say. And it's true. Pay attention to her eyes. I've talked about her eyes many, many, many times. They're telling. I'm not going to say what I think they're telling of, but they're telling. Yeah, that it's a I don't. She surrounds herself with. You know what's interesting? And I've heard her say this many times. I've heard her say things about, and like Mike Stevens, he takes the opposite position from me a lot. And I mean, I'm not going to doubt her. I'll take her word for it. But you know what's interesting? He comes here and he refuses to, like when I said to him, give me one time when you haven't said to yourself, I don't think that wasn't a good idea. But actually, right as those words left my mouth, she meant that he takes the opposite opinion on cases. I know Murdoch was one, because when we were doing a lot of the Murdoch shit, I remember seeing her say that. So my mistake. All right, so this was, let's see, when was this thing filed? And we do need to know for purposes of these emails, because oh, wait a minute. That's the old, oh my God, this God, unbelievable. Hold on. I think the certificate of service is on the last page. Where would that be? I just want to know when this was filed. I know I looked. Oh, here we go. Let's see. November 1st. Yep. Okay. So Queen Bee's motion to dismiss was filed November 1st. I tried to get these might be slightly out of order, these emails, okay? I tried to put them in order by the date, but that's not as easy as it sounds like because the page breaks. So just bear in mind that some of them might be slightly out of order. These are the emails that went back and forth between Betty and the attorney. And the first one I have in front of me is dated October 21st. From Bullhorn Betty to Queen Bee's lawyer. Oh, shit. Oh, that says I would like to clarify my prior response, which means those are not in the right order. Okay, that's October 21st. This is October 20th. Let's see. Okay, I think this is the first one. Oh, damn it. 2 pens down. Hold on. I got about 20 more in front of me. Okay, I think this is the first one. October 20th at 3:12 p.m. Bullhorn Betty wrote, Dear Mr. Queen Bee Lawyer, I disagree with your position. You may call it what you will. The claims raised have merit. I see these dates were really throwing. Oh, wait a minute. I kind of wrote. I numbered them. All right. Back here. Number 1. All right. I hope this is right. October 20th at 1:30 p.m. from Bullhorn Betty to Queen Bee lawyer. Dear sir, if you would like me to drop my complaint for some violation. Oh, she did use a comma. The American judge is going to give you 5 points. You're going to have to clarify, comma, your response a little bit better. She's like a fucking child. So let me rewrite this for you, sweetie. Comma. But I'm open-minded! Exclamation point. Do you remember what we talked about with the exclamation points in Big Girls, in legal documents? Grown-ups in legal correspondence. This is not a chat. This is not a super chat. This is not a comment. You don't use exclamation points. See, it's this kind of shit. It is so, that tells you her mindset. I have never had a professional communication with someone and used exclamation points unless it was something really egregious. Not just because it's the 20th of October at 1:30 and everything in my life is an exclamation point. Actually, that kind of sums her up. If you would like me to drop my complaint for some violation. Okay, what you should have said is, if you would like me to drop my complaint, comma. It's assumed it would be for some violation, you idiot. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't be. Dropping your complaint, well, I don't know. It could be just because, Raggy, like you found a few more IQ points when you were tripping through the daisies looking for dead people. I mean, it doesn't have to be because of a violation. So here we go. Let's start all over. If you would like me to drop my complaint, comma, you're going to have to clarify. Then she puts a comma. Your response a little bit better, comma, but I'm open-minded, says the most close-minded bitch on earth. I mean, do you see why I say I do not believe she is educated? Period. I might be walking back my 9th grade comment. I mean, one more time, play it again, Sam. Betty's words. Can you imagine this attorney? I swear to God, this would be comedy hour in my office. I'd have my secretary skipping lunch. Oh, we'd have to do that after hours because Betty might decide we needed to be brought up on sanctions with the Bar Association if we did it during business hours. Okay, sorry. Noted. If you would like me to drop my complaint for some violation, comma, you're going to have to clarify, comma, your response a little bit better, comma, but I'm open-minded, exclamation point. I mean, like the only thing missing is this. A little smiley face. Can you see a little smiley face I drew? Oh, or this. How about a star? If you weren't so stupid, I'd put a star on your paper, but you don't deserve a star. Now, let me write this like someone with a real education would, who was communicating with a professional, an attorney in litigation that I sent the invitation out for. If you would like me to drop my complaint, comma, get rid of for some violation, you're going to have to clarify. A comma does not belong there between clarify and your. If you would like me to drop my complaint, comma, you're going to have to clarify your response a little bit better. How about I'm going to need a bit more clarity in your response to ensure I understand exactly what it is you're suggesting or proposing. But I'm open-minded. Nope. And we definitely do not need an exclamation point. My God, she is dumb as wood. Oh, God. I mean, hey, Bam G. Yeah, that's her professional, legally, professionally college educated. Writes like a middle school girl. If you would like me to drop my complaint, comma, I'm going to need some further clarification in your response so I know how to respond appropriately. Period. We don't use exclamation points, honey. Okay. That was at 1:30 p.m. on the 20th of October. On the 20th of October at 2:24 p.m., Betty writes, "Dear Mr. Queen Bee Lawyer, thank you for your email. It has been received." Nope, I should have read this one first. From the lawyer to her, October 20th, 2:01 p.m. Betty, take note to how an educated person writes. Hey, Striker Force, how are you? Dear Ms. Bullhorn, I write to inform you that the amended complaint you filed is bereft of support in the law, comma, let alone facts. Ba-boom! Incoming! Well, his doesn't have an F on it. Mine does. His is, if I drop this on my toe, we're carpet bombing now, kids. We believe by filing it, this is very important. Pay attention to this, and I'm going to explain it. We believe by filing it, comma. Oh, listen, I'm so used to dealing with her stupid ass that I'm putting commas. He already put the comma where it goes. I'm articulating it because I'm used to dumb people writing Betty's. So I'm sorry, I will refrain from adding the punctuation in. It's understood that the lawyer has at least a high school education. We believe by filing it, you have violated Rule 137. If you dismiss it and your case on or before October 24th, 2023 at high noon, just noon, then we will not seek a fee award. Should you fail to do so, we will seek a fee award. We extend you this opportunity as a courtesy. As fuck that bitch! She doesn't extend courtesy to anybody. Shove it up her ass. Sans lube. As always, we urge you to retain counsel with knowledge of Illinois law and procedure. Regards. Woo! Now, I have not gone and read Rule 137, but I'm going to give you the layperson's version as I understand it. My understanding is, in the state of Illinois, in this type of suit, you cannot be awarded attorney's fees unless your opposing party is an ignorant bitch, like this one, who refuses to settle when given the opportunity to do so, and is then found guilty, or she loses, she's on the wrong end of the verdict, then they are entitled to a fee award if the fees are in excess of the amount awarded in damages, I believe. The latter part of that statement I could be wrong on. But basically, if you are given the chance because your filing is deficient and you're given the chance to settle and you refuse and you are then on the losing end, then that's how stupid she is. That is how dumb she is. She actually thinks that that pile of garbage has a snowball's chance in hell. Okay. All right. So that was number 2. And then, of course, our resident brainiac, legal scholar, dear Mr. Phillips, thank you for your email. It has been received. Okay. I believe this is the next one in line. Okay. Ms. Griffin. This is from the attorney. I am disinclined to litigate by letter or email. We have a further issue that I cannot give you legal advice. So I cannot clarify to such a degree as to tell you how to plead properly, even though he basically gave the bitch a roadmap. He runs with scissors. I want to make sure I have these in the right. Okay, wait a minute. Rule 137 is about a scrivener's error, which is basically a signature missing. So I was incorrect what I just said. However, I do know that what I said about if you get the chance to settle or dismiss and you don't take it, you violate whatever the statute that addresses that, then they can get fee award. And like everything the stupid bitch does, she's going to cut off her nose to spite her face. This is good, so I'm going to read it again. I am disinclined to litigate by letter or email. We have a further issue that I cannot give you legal advice, so I cannot clarify to such a degree as to tell you how to plead properly. You are not my client, and I certainly cannot assist you in perpetuating your case against mine. Incoming! But the complaint generally is not simple or plain. That's interesting because the person who wrote it can certainly be described in that manner. Its paragraphs do not comport with pleading standards. You are briefing, not pleading. Remember, Bets, how we talked about this? First, you've got to lay out what the hell you're doing there and what your problem is. Now, of course, I know you're going to need a roll of paper like the length of the aisle runner of every marriage I've ever had. But be that as it may, there's procedures here, Betty. Remember that book I told you to buy, Illinois Rules of Civil Procedure? And it unnecessarily complicates the efficient administration of justice. Yes, that is wont to happen when you're talking about people who have no fucking idea what they're doing. Oh, this is why all lawyers and all real legal professionals cannot stand a pro se litigant because they don't know what they're doing. And it just makes everything take longer than it does when you've got two people in the room who know what they're doing. Then things take longer for other reasons, but not because only one side knows what they're doing. The complaint does not identify any actionable statements. Who was that? Oh, who was that little blonde girl that kept screaming those words? Any actionable statements that are defamatory, as opposed to opinions, hyperbole, also known as hyperbole, or subject to innocent construction. In fact, it does not assert a single actual statement, just your characterizations of statements. And reliance on a table of supposed links to YouTube videos is improper. Well, sir, they didn't work anyway, so no harm, no foul, as the court already mentioned. The theory of tortious interference requires Google to breach its agreement with you, which it has not, nor do you allege it has. Betty wants to be awarded damages for an action that hasn't even happened yet. God, she is so dumb. The civil conspiracy claim is not actionable as a matter of law as pleaded. And in any way, I could see it being pleaded. Finally, the negligence claims are patently frivolous and do not apply to situations like this. At the end, something tells me that is in reference to, Betty liked to use this phrase, owing a duty of care. That is language you see in a negligence suit, slip and fall, car accidents, like a duty of care, a normal duty of care is, we're out driving down the road and you come over into my lane and swipe the whole side of my car, and now I've got a claim for you. And the duty of care that you owed my car was to use your friggin' turn signal when you're changing lanes. That's the duty of care. In medicine and like malpractice cases, it's called the standard of care. And that's just me drawing back on my real legal education from 30 years ago. At the end of the day, you have an issue with my client and others not part of this suit criticizing your behavior, whether they are right or wrong in their criticisms of you. Oh, they're right. Oh, Betty, I think the standard of care you owe the human race is not to be a complete shitbag and go and scream in front of people's houses and disrupt the peaceful enjoyment of their own property. Hold on, let me read that last sentence. So I forgot what it said. Whether they are right or wrong in their criticisms of you is unimportant here. What is important is that the judicial system is not the place to battle out ideas. Well, it is if you're a stupid bitch like her. The filings are frivolous. I mean that in a legal sense. I mean that in every sense, personally. Not in a way to insult you and say you cannot be upset that others criticize you. Well, yes, but sir, she could mitigate some of those, the damages to her fifis if, I don't know, she wasn't such an awful, wicked, horrible, mean, evil bitch. If you want to be treated better, I don't know, why don't you act better? Like, just bring yourself right on up to being civilized, like the rest of us. Because Betty, no matter how much I cannot stand your ass, people like you fix their own wagons. Your own life is your justice. I would never, I wouldn't take one step to go real life on you. I wouldn't even drive by your street if I was in town. Never mind stand in front of your house and yell like a fucking lunatic about the crimes committed to human hair follicles. I mean, look how much hair you've murdered. I don't see the hair protesting outside your house, although they should. How you are prosecuting your dispute with my client is simply improper. If not dismissed by the date and time previously set forth, we will proceed accordingly and seek sanctions under Rule 137. Oh, so 137 did deal with the damages if you don't take the lifeline when, that wasn't Alex Trebek, was it? When Alex offers the lifeline, take it, bitch. You don't get to phone a friend. Well, you don't have any friends to phone, so next. Oh God, here's some giant tangent. Her response. I disagree with your position. Period. You may call it what you will. Period. Man, I think when hair is out there protesting the murder of itself in front of her house, Punctuation, you need to join too. Joiner, Your Honor. My client Punctuation would like to be an interpleader and join the case, join the suit. Motion granted. What the hell? Don't make me add fashion to this game too, okay? We got punctuation, the English language, they're going to be out there soon. Before you know it, your whole block is going to be overtaken. Kind of like you did. I disagree with your position. You don't say. Should be a comma. You may call it what you will. I don't even know where to go with that. Stupid. The claims raised have merit and case law to support my position. Oh, pumpkin. You know that unicorn I like to talk about all the time. You want to take him to court? He might help. You can pet his mane. He's got pretty. He's sparkly. He's got little bows. Yeah, and when he has when he poops, it's got glitter in it. Can you imagine telling an attorney who's gone to college and law school that you've got case law to support? I mean, and now she starts. Here's a fragment. Get ready, folks. Here comes the fragment sentence. So, ma'am, let me get this straight. You know your case law, and your case has got merit, and you are a legal professional. However, putting together a proper sentence, and I'm not asking you to diagram it, just put the fucking thing together for me. That escapes you. Is it because you were in the law library all 4 years of high school English? Because you were just planning ahead for once in your life? Who needs English? I need to study Southern, Westlaw, Florida Southern Second. I think that's what we called our Westlaw. See, back in the day when I was in college, we didn't have like LexisNexis, computerized legal research and writing. That had just come into being. In fact, I've talked about this before. I have an AA, just in it's an associate's in art. I am 1 credit from an AS paralegal, AS Associate in Science Paralegal Studies degree. The only class I need is legal research and writing. Now, I have actually thought about just doing it just to get the thing to hang on my wall. I already have one that isn't on my wall. I don't need another one. I'm not going to ever be a paralegal again. Not that I can foresee. And clearly I know far more than Betty. Never mind. My point is, back when I was in college, all that case law that Betty knows, Betty's got case law to support. You had to go to a set of books that looked like Encyclopedia Britannica, and they were called Westlaw. And they were, oh my God, I can't even tell you how many. They looked like an Encyclopedia Britannica. They were numbered. It would go like maybe A through C, and then there'd be code numbers underneath. I think they corresponded with case. I don't even remember. It's been so long. But the Westlaw books would go, when you were citing a case that you found in those books, you would cite it as, because every every district in the country had its own coordinating Westlaw case books. Like everybody, obviously, because it was cases from all over the country, everybody didn't get the same books. Florida's was, it was FLSO2ND, I think. I have to look that up because I just have to know if I've still got it. Hold on. I'm going to Google it. Why is it not? Okay. West. Why is my keyboard not working? I don't know. I'll look on my phone. Where the hell's my phone? I have dropped everything. You should see all this shit on the floor. I've got a cat down there. I've got papers. I've got 300 pens. I've got a pair of West. Okay. Westlaw. Let's just try Florida. FLSO2ND. I think I got it. Crazy Nurse, are you in here? Let's try Westlaw. See, I don't even think you can find. We'll try Westlaw, Florida case sites. Yeah, see, it all comes up under Westlaw. I think that is how it. Florida jurisprudence. Let's try FLSO. Florida FLSO2ND, I think is how the site went. And the way you would read it was the case came out of Westlaw, Florida District, Florida Southern 2nd District, I think is how it went. At any rate, I'm going to try and find that. But that's what you would have to do. So this woman who cannot compose a proper, oh, look how shiny I'm getting. It's fucking getting hot in here. She can't compose a proper sentence. But she's a legal scholar. Oh, okay. Oh, Wispy, it was, no, it was, what I was looking for was the way we used to cite cases out of the Southern, I was looking for how you cited cases old school, before we had computerized legal research. And the Westlaw books were from the Southern Florida District, 2nd edition, or was it the 2nd District? I don't know. It just made me, she took me back old school for a moment. So if you are unwilling to tell me the issues you have, I decline to entertain dismissing the action. He did tell you, you stupid bitch. He's not gonna tell you what's wrong with your pile of shit. He's just gonna get it dismissed. Fucking idiot. God, she is so stupid. And this is what makes me crazy about her. Yeah, so Mike, I hate to shatter your illusions. I'm not jealous of her hair. I'm not jealous of her big giant brain. I'm not jealous of her sexy man. I'm not jealous of her gorgeous house. None of that. No. She's full of shit. She's a moron. And she is so fucking dumb while screaming at you out of the left side of her mouth about what a legal scholar she is. She cannot compose a proper high school level sentence. And she doesn't understand. Now, just a lay person who doesn't have any lay of the land where legal matters go, I wouldn't expect to understand any of this. But you've been screaming for what, 2 years about what you're a legal professional. You're legally educated. She clubs people over the head with that. But she doesn't understand that this is her adversary. This is an adversarial process. He doesn't help the other team. My husband's at a college football game right now. Well, I don't know who they're playing today, but I do know this. I know they're not going to hand the ball to the opposing team and ask them to go fucking kick a field goal. That I know. Flag on the play. Assumes facts, not evidence. We're going to college football night court. I know more about college football than this bitch knows about the law, okay? And I don't know shit about college football, except what I've managed to absorb by sitting either in the stadium. It's funny, my husband said this morning. He said, it's not too late to change your mind. You sure you don't want to go? Years ago, I went to every game. That's when I was trying to get him to marry me. I'm just kidding. Him marrying me was on lock. But my God, we've been together almost 15 years now. But I just pretended to like college football. I don't like any damn football. But I will say, some of that was mitigated by the fact that where the tickets are, I could go sit inside in the air conditioning on the couch and watch it. But I didn't. And no, that is not a luxury box. I don't mean the box, but there's a whole level where you go to the boxes. You have to go through this part to get to the boxes. But, certain sections of the stadium, if you have tickets there, you can go into the clubhouse and watch. But I never did because they want to watch it out there. So, flag on the play. And I still know more about college football than he does about law. It's like, my God. Let me just check. Let me look at the time on this. Let's see, because there's only 2 more left. And I think, okay, that one I just read was 3:12 p.m. on the 20th. This is, that must have been a Friday. Then we have the 21st and the 23rd. Okay, so Betty needs to make an addendum. Of course, she's too stupid to use that word, so she says this. I would like to clarify my prior response. I don't think it needed any clarification. It damn sure didn't need all this. She even cites a case. Oh, Jesus. According to your email dated March 20th, 2023, you indicate that I violated Rule 137 for failing to provide my address on the amended complaint. I apologize for the scrivener's error, and it will be rectified. However, This amended, okay, I believe without checking, a scrivener's error. I thought it was a signature. It's something, a scrivener's error is, I'm going to look it up, but I believe it's an error of, it's not going to be of consequence, and it's not an error in law. I think it's an error in just like omission, or let's see, scriveners, SCRIVEN. Okay, scrivener's error. Generally speaking, a scrivener's error is an unintentional mistake in the drafting of a contract. Okay, well, it can. The doctrine of a scrivener's error is the legal principle that a map drafting or typographical error in a written contract may be corrected by oral evidence if the evidence is clear, convincing, and precise. Okay. I don't know that. I mean, yes. I guess ultimately I simplified it too much. To me, didn't I say it was kind of like, well, no harm, no foul kind of thing? However, this amended complaint is not so substantially flawed. Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Granted, nor was intentional as, say, wait a minute, because of her atrocious punctuation and idiotic subpar English language communication skills. I'm going to need to read that again. Hey, Beer Can. However, the amended complaint is not so substantially flawed that it requires sanctions. You should have a comma there, idiot. Nor was intentional as, say, comma, what? Nor, no, dummy. I think what you should have said, not so substantially flawed that it requires sanctions, comma. And I have to admit, I don't know whether you use nor or in this case, but who cares? Nor was it intentional as, I don't even know what the hell she's saying here. Require sanctions, nor was intentional as, say, scheduling a hearing that would require someone to fly thousands of miles away without coordinated with them. Of course, because no comma. I don't. Oh God, we're going on 4 hours. I don't have time to correct all her bullshit. I'm just going to keep reading it. New sentence. That is not sufficient for me to dismiss the complaint. Hey, moron. He wants you to dismiss the complaint because it's completely without merit, idiot. Not because you forgot to fucking put your address on it. Please see the additional notice of filing to correct scrivener's error to add opposing counsel's address. I would like to say the spirit of the law for the... This doesn't even like... I would like to say the spirit of the law for the address to be visible is to make sure the opposing party knows who to contact and where. Period. You should have had several commas in there, dumbass. Sufficient information was provided to that end, and my home address is known to you as well as the courts. Oh, yes. Oh, God. It was an honest mistake that will be rectified by a notice of filing, comma, as well as the acknowledgement signed. All of that is like, if y'all understand it, tell me, because I don't. I don't know if I've just been dealing with low IQ bullshit for so long that I'm like, just my brain's tired. Stupid people make me tired. Stupid people piss me off. She has an overabundance of like all of it, and it just annoys me. You further state in the email that in the amended complaint, I'm making characterizations of statements, but failed to state a single fact without referring to a table. Check. She doesn't have any idea what characterizations of statements means, because that's all she's done. I disagree with your position. You don't say. Because there was some general characterization of what brought this action to fruition contained in the nature of action, which would characterize the history and or statements of grievances that brought this case before the court. No punctuation. Besides a period at the end. Not a comma, nothing. Hey, Betty. Hey, asshole. It's me. Hey. You know, the one that you want to be. Sorry, it's never going to happen for you. But for the love of God and all that's holy and unholy like yourself, please do me this favor. Meet a fucking comma. I would prefer you reverted back to what you usually do, which is 3-word sentences with just a period after every 3 words. Give me fragments with punctuation. Do you know how difficult this is to read? I don't have that much wind in me. We know you do. You're nothing but a fucking bag of wind. However, this notion that I am not allowed to attach an exhibit or 22,000 to be incorporated into the complaint is not supported by law. And Mr. Attorney, I know the law. I know I do not know punctuation, grammar, usage, or sentence structure, but I do know the law. Do you know what your problem is, sir? You can read the law, but you don't understand the law clearly. You just needed bullshit Betty, bull scorn, bull hag, bull hawk, bull ass. You just needed Betty to come to this honorable court and school you. Betty, just so you know, if you continue with this folly, I am going to be there with my many pretend jobs. Reporter, well, I'm definitely going to do wardrobe consult. Not for you, because you're beyond hope. I mean, that is gold. Like, she thinks she is going to school. She thinks that she is, hey, Laura. Like, it's, oh God, I just don't. She's, oh, like, I don't, where do you get this, like, chutzpah? This is beyond chutzpah. This is, yes, Yiddish. I'm sorry. I apologize. Chutzpah does not begin to cover this. I think delusion is more appropriate. Do not confuse the two. While I understand there are many links littered. Oh my God. Does the dumb bitch not understand that she's the one who did the littering? Oh my God. She just shaded herself. Well, Betty, welcome aboard, honey. Oh God. Oh my God. You know I'm reading that again. Wait a minute. While I understand there are many links littered with this defaming, malicious content. Oh, Betty, you're doing the littering. Oh God. All such evidence may be used in this proceeding, and it would be prejudicial not to provide you with as much information up front as possible in an effort to properly adjudicate this matter before this honorable court. Huh? Come again? Wait a minute. All such, well, I understand there are many links littered with this defaming, malicious content. All such evidence may be used in this proceeding, and it would be prejudicial not to provide you with, oh my God. Like, I only need to provide the ultimate facts. Sus. I am not even required to prove what? I am not even required to prove those facts at this juncture. Ma'am, you are required to play by the rules of the party, which are contained in the bestseller, Illinois Rules of Civil Procedure. Maybe they have an audiobook on file for you, since clearly reading it is not working for you. Although, like that old expression I love so much, I can explain it to you. I cannot understand it for you. I mean, honest, if she was a chef, this would be the equivalent. Oh, she is a chef. What the hell am I talking about? Betty, you need a reality show called Top Chef Easy Bake Oven Edition. And like everything else that you lose to me, I can bake a mean cake with a light bulb. I can bake anything with a 25-watt light bulb. I told you before, Betty, you should stick with what you know. You should do like commissary cooking. Oh, somebody had a great one. Cooking with no morals. That wasn't mine. That was not mine. I so wish it was. Hey, Tattoo Birdie. Okay, Bob, I promise. Bob's like, Mom, it's been 4 hours and I'm done. Oh, wait, YouTube. Bob, cross your legs. I just saw YouTube notoriety and I can't pass that up. There is substantial evidence that supports this action and my claims. Assumes facts not in evidence, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. Granted. Well, Your Honor, since you're feeling so charitable, we would also request motion for directed verdict and summary execution of the defendant with the ultimate prejudice. I'll take that motion under advisement. Okay, I've thought about it. Granted, and granted. Miss Griffin, we know you love a gas chamber, girl. So would you like the gas chamber or firing squad? We like to offer our losers a wide variety of choices here. There is substantial evidence that supports this action and my claims that your plan targeted me, coordinated with others, and utilizes utilize false, defaming, and misleading information to cause financial and reputational harm. We've already gone over that, Betty. Can't harm a reputation that's already in the shitter. To me, in an effort to remove me from YouTube, except that didn't happen, and we can't compensate you for damages that have not occurred. This is not called preemptive court. Ms. Griffin, might I suggest to you that ma'am, I think I have a very easy solution for these types of problems. Why don't you just try and not be as miserable as you are? Reputational harm to me in an effort to remove me from YouTube. The notoriety of having me removed and compensation and other benefit at my detriment. Of course, Your Honor, the defendant would like to state yet again, none of those damages have actually occurred. So, Ms. Griffin has no case. Motion for directed. Oh, that's right. We already got a directed verdict. I don't know why she keeps going on. Moreover, the attachment identified as Exhibit D has specificity. For example, number 3 of this exhibit clearly states blah, blah, blah. Some bullshit that the judge is going to be like, who the hell is Leilani brother Betty oh God. We're gonna have to finish this. Oh God, I almost highlighted with my lipstick. That would not have been good. Hold on, I'm gonna draw a pretty green circle so I know where we left. Okay, I've highlighted it. So next we meet, we will finish this stupid email, and that'll be that. Hey, Love Shack Sarah. Bye, Love Shack Sarah. Yeah, Lisa's getting slap happy, and and more importantly, the dog desperately needs the bathroom because I took him out an hour before I came in here, so 5 hours. Yeah, I'll need a mop if I don't get him out. Well, you guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it very much. And next week, I promise, we're going to unveil my new rug. We're going to unveil the daily, well, it might not be daily, but several times a week update, the YouTube happenings update. Word on the street. Not like Joneson does, not like a whole, full-on episode of, no, this is just going to be what? Are you shitting me? Oh my God, such an asshole. Yeah, no, I hate him too. That kind of blah, 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 just a little kiki in the morning. What we do via text, we're just going to talk, but just private StreamYard, and then you guys will see it as a premiere. I don't know. I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, but I hope you guys have a good night. Be safe. Be good. Don't do anything Betty wouldn't do. Which, that leaves it wide open, kids. All right. I don't think I will be here tomorrow. If I come in tomorrow, because I'm having the fam dam over for dinner. Sunday dinner with the fam. Hey, Halloween baby. Bye, Halloween baby. I'm sorry. I think I saw you earlier and oh, my pleasure. Listen, Betty's here to make you cry. I'm here to make you laugh, hopefully. All right. I might see you tomorrow. If I do, it'll be fairly early. Otherwise, I think Monday. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you, mods. I appreciate you. Bye.
Father, you should know I've been going solo. Want my love, baby, earn it. Yeah. Dancing on my own. See if you can follow. Got me feeling alive. Watch me go. Girl, you see me. Don't be wasting my time.